All right, welcome to Stingrays. Who you gonna call? Hopefully not the Ghostbusters, because they're not gonna do much for you. So welcome. Hopefully not too hungover this morning. I know it's a little early for a Saturday, so thank you all for coming here. Who am I? My name's Michael Raymond. I'm Virtual Chief Information Security Officer for my day job. I got a little bit of the alphabet soup going on, just not that much CISM for those of you counting. Been in cybersecurity for the past 10 years or so. And those of you that spend way too much time on YouTube may recognize me. I've been in a couple of videos on Nullbyte, Security Forward, Hack5. If you do recognize me, go out and touch some grass because you spend way too much time inside. So what I like to do in my free time, I'm a mountaineer. That's how I get out and get away from the computers, but also have a lot of interest in cybersecurity, particularly around privacy and surveillance, as well as home automation and other things. So let me start off with a question here. You got this big, beautiful cop car following you around all the time. You see the cop in there jotting down notes, noting down who you're talking to, how long you're talking to them, where you're going, what you're doing. Would that make you comfortable? Is that something you'd be happy with? No. I don't see a lot of liveliness. So unfortunately, there is a technology which allows the police to do that, and it's not even as overt as a police car, following you around. So just quick show of hands. If I say the word stingray, does that mean anything to you already? Okay. And who of you have used a stingray? Good. No one tattling on themselves. All right. So, one of the beautiful things about the topic I'm going to talk about today is that there are so many different words used to describe the exact same technology. So I want to try to disambiguous it a little. So when we say stingray, that's referring to a specific product, but in the same way that Kleenex has become synonymous with tissue paper, Stingray has become synonymous with cell site simulator. But this lovely device, product made for better part of a decade, maybe 20 or so years ago by, I believe, the Harris Corporation. But there's also more modern versions, like this super fancy SUV, which has a built-in cell site simulator in it. You can also hear them referred to as rogue cell towers, or, because we need even more words for it, femtocells. If you're familiar with Mr. Robot, you might have seen femtocell used there. But essentially, all of these things, all of these words, while they do have some minutiae, some differences in there, for the purposes of this conversation, they're really all referring to that same thing. Everything falls under that umbrella of a cell site simulator. So how many of y'all are familiar with a Wi-Fi pineapple? Everyone? Okay. So if you want to think of a cell site simulator as a Wi-Fi pineapple, but for cellular, that wouldn't be too far off the mark. It's essentially that. Basically, it's a physical device which is capable of performing a man-in-the-middle attack on cellular radio frequencies and cellular radio protocols. So obviously, having a device between you and the internet, or a device in the middle of your conversation with your friend, probably a suboptimal place to be in. So what exactly would the impact of having a man-in-the-middle attack on your cell phone conversations be like? Well, first thing is, since this is a physical device that are put in a geographic location, then it enables dragnet surveillance. It's not usually specifically targeted at one device. So anyone walking within proximity of that rogue cell tower, that cell site simulator, is immediately getting surveilled by this device. And additionally, those devices, those cell site simulators, one of the key ingredients that they're collecting is something called the IMSI number. Easy way to think about this is the license plate number for your car. It's a unique identifier associated with each of your individual cellular devices. So by entering, say, this building, if I had a cell site simulator here, then I would know you're here in this building, which gives me a rough location. And then I also would have your MC number, which I can then use to perform other attacks. Say, if I were police and trying to surveil you, then I could take that MC number, go to someone like your cell phone provider and say, hey, I got this device, give me all the information you have on it. So it's a very, very powerful piece of information. Now, don't confuse that with the IMEI number, which is the unique identifier for your cellular hardware. You can think of that like the VIN number on your car. It's a number that doesn't change, whereas the IMSI is a mobile subscriber identity number, which does change when you change carriers, when you change SIM cards, etc. So they're likely also able to detect metadata. I was talking about in the police car metaphor, because these cell towers need to route information, there's very high-level information that's easily available to any cell tower, such as who you're trying to call, because they have to direct that call some way. Additionally, by just analyzing how long that data is going back and forth, you can say, okay, well, Michael called Bob for 5 minutes versus 5 seconds versus 5 hours. And again, as I mentioned, because you have to be within physical proximity of these cell towers, at a minimum, they know your geographic location to within a couple hundred yards. Now, we get into some of the attacks that are theoretically possible, but far less likely to be performed by these cell site simulators. The first is a denial of service attack. Denial of service attack, essentially the way that works on a high level is your phone's asking, hey, I need service, please connect me. And these rogue cell towers are like, sorry, we don't really have any service for you. And you know what, actually, we don't think there's any service around here for you at all. So you might as well just give up and stop looking. And your phone is like, oh, shucks, I guess I just will stop looking for service around here because there's nothing for me. And so your phone just inherently trusts that cell tower isn't lying to it. And so it effectively is denied service until it's rebooted. Now, the other attack that can be performed as well is a 2G downgrade attack. So as you may be familiar with the generations of cellular technology, 2G is very old at this point. You got 2G, 3G, 4G, LTE, 5G, etc. So 2G is encrypted, but it might as well not be encrypted. Encryption is so broken at this point that it can be decrypted in real time by modern technology. So effectively, if they were able to, again, similar to the attack above with the denial of service, that inherent trust of the cell tower, your phone's looking for whatever service it can get. And this lovely, helpful rogue cell tower is, like, hey, I'm sorry, buddy, but the only service I got for you is some 2G service. Would you like some 2G service? And your phone's like, yeah, I'll take that 2G service. So if your phone has 2G service enabled, that's one of the ways they can downgrade you. And then, again, as I was talking about, with the encryption being so bad on that, that's where they can start doing things like actively listening to the phone call. They can read your text, again, in real time, not just like storing it and decrypting it later. Then they also get access to any data that would be going back and forth over that 2G network. So, if you're visiting websites, if you're sending out DNS requests, they would be able to see those websites you're going to. And also, again, going back to the metaphor of the Wi-Fi pineapple, attacks that you could perform on that. Similarly, you could potentially perform with a rogue cell tower. So, redirect people to other websites, steal session tokens, etc. Anything that isn't already encrypted in another layer. Now, what is unlikely is that over radio frequency, they are able to persistently hack your cell phone, your radio modem, in a way that lingers after you leave the physical proximity of the cell site simulator. So, luckily, or unluckily, I guess, depending on your perspective, is that when you're walking into the proximity of these cell site simulators, these things I said likely, maybe happen, but then you leave and the damage is done, and you can go on with your life from there. It's unlikely, unless you're a nation-state leader or terrorist cell leader who's playing around with weapons of mass destruction, that there is going to be any kind of zero-day exploit or anything like that targeted against you specifically that would exploit your phone on a persistent basis. So luckily, as long as you can flee from these devices, you're pretty safe. Now, I know I went over all of that on a very high level, so I know some of the nerdy people in the room will want some of the details on specifically how that works, what packets need to get sent, etc. So if you look up this article on the EFF website, Gotta Catch 'Em All, that goes into the excruciating detail of how each of these attacks work on a very technical level. Also, lots of jargon in there, so I hope you have fun with that. So, that's all lovely theoretical information, but how does this affect me in real life on an everyday basis? So you may have seen an article, something like this in news recently. Anyone hear about this? Yeah, a couple people pay attention to news? Good. So Secret Service uncovered this plot in New York City to, disrupt all the telecommunication networks. And they haven't really been forthcoming about what they're talking about or what's going on, but there are some pictures available. And you can actually, if you ever go on Alibaba, AliExpress, you can find these devices right here that they're showing. And these are devices that basically take like 50 to 100 SIM cards each, and they have 50 to 100 cellular modems in them. So basically, it's just like a big bank of cell phones that are able to attack the cellular network. So the way the Secret Service portrays it, you would think it's one of these cell site simulator attacks. Unfortunately, just looking at the data available, I don't think it actually is a cell site simulator attack. This actually looks just like they were going to spam text messages, the same way that you or I could buy a bunch of phones and send out a bunch of text messages. But the attacks you do see that use cell site simulators that are criminal, we got a couple of headline examples here. Any of y'all ever receive those texts that are like, oh my God, you haven't paid your toll, you gotta pay us, smishing, you'll get some smishing. So one of the ways they can potentially send out those smishing texts is by using a rogue cell tower. So there was actually a case in France a couple of years ago, lady running around town with one of these cell site simulators in her trunk, sending out all those texts, just as you're driving around. So that's one of the ways criminals like to use this technology. But obviously, we also have some other, Chinese spying. So, Southeast Asia in particular seems to really like cell site simulators and MC catchers. Now, it seems that in that particular area of the world, 2G is still very prevalent. So with about 20% of cell phones still primarily using 2G, from what I understand. So that makes it where those devices are very susceptible to these attacks, and the Chinese love to try to spread their influence in the region, so they like using these devices. Again, it doesn't take rocket scientists to figure out how this information could be useful to them. They go to a diplomat or a foreign office, and they can start intercepting text messages and phone calls going back and forth. Hopefully those people are using better forms of communication, they're more secure, but if they're not, then you potentially got some Chinese spies listening in to all your phone calls. Now, there is actually an even better example recently of how this technology has been used. And y'all may have heard of a little, scuffle going on in Europe recently between Ukraine and Russia. And it turns out the Russians really don't like the Patriot air defense system. So they tracked down some Ukrainians in Germany doing some training on how to use these air defense systems. And their brilliant idea is, okay, well, let's set up some of these cell site simulators near this base where they're training. Then we'll be able to collect those MC numbers I talked about and see what cell phones are here at this base training. Then we can take those cell site simulators back to Ukraine or set up other ones in Ukraine, and we can look for those same MC numbers. And wherever those MC numbers are, we have a rough idea now of where those Patriot air defense systems are. So their brilliant scheme, fortunately in this case did not pan out for them. They were caught. And that's actually how we learned a bunch of information about how these are being used in real life. But as you can imagine, that would have been a very nasty situation in that, if you're ever trying to do any red teaming, maybe you don't have access to a cell site simulator, but that's a kind of attack that you can emulate or think about in any red teaming exercises of, oh, I can track people across locations based on their phone. Now, of course, this technology is not limited to them over there. We wouldn't want to be left out. So ICE and police love using this technology for surveillance, particularly at protests. One of the big ideas with cell site simulators and our knowledge to them up to this point is, oh, well, that dragnet surveillance, perfect for surveilling a protest, right? If I set one of these up near a protest, I know everyone that is there at that protest. Additionally, there was an example of them potentially being used at DNC, Democratic National Convention. Again, similar to kind of the Chinese example of, oh, well, if I can listen into these phone calls of the delegates, maybe I can get some information that I can either use to blackmail people or further influence the election. So, okay, the question is, this technology, it sounds kind of expensive. Maybe only the New York Cities of the world and places like that have this. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So we have the Atlas of Surveillance, thanks to the EFF and some other contributors. And so all these little yellow dots, these represent municipalities which have bought cell site simulators. These are just the ones we know about. Obviously, there could be a lot more. These are just bits of information we've gotten from things like Freedom of Information Act requests. They do have to solicit bids for these devices when they want to buy them, etc. So there are bits and pieces that have leaked out over the years. And if you're anything like me, I imagine half of you are at this point like, you know what, I'm sick and tired of all this surveillance. Why don't I just move out to the wilderness? Well, unfortunately for you, they do have one in Alaska sitting there waiting for you as well. Now, I know half of you are like wanting to flee from surveillance, and the other half of you are like, actually, this is just kind of cool. How do I build one myself? Well, you got a couple of $1,000s burned in a hole in your pocket? You can make one for yourself as well. Kind of a little outside of the scope of my talk today and the conversation today, but there is this project, SRS RAN. You need that and a couple $1,000s in SDR, something like the Lime SDR. And you can actually make a 4G, maybe even a 5G cell site simulator yourself. I would be very careful playing around with that because the FCC will not enjoy you playing around with those radio frequencies. Those are licensed radio frequencies, but certainly something you can look into if you want to play around with this more. So, okay. Clearly, we want to detect these things when they're around us. Like I was talking about with the police car, it would be very obvious if a police car is following you around. But these devices are basically invisible to us at this point. There's no clear way to understand where they're being used or how they're being used. And there's a lot of secrecy around them. Some of the news articles I pointed out there have revealed more information recently, but these devices have existed for 20 to 30 years, and you rarely hear them talk about. You hear about Wi-Fi attacks all that more often, but these cellular attacks you don't hear about very frequently. And it's actually so cloaked in secrecy that the Justice Department has completely dropped cases in the past because they would have had to reveal that this technology existed. This is a technology they like to leverage in a legal sense for court cases to start gathering evidence. Maybe you have a hopeless case and you are able to set this up in a place and gather some information. But what they would do is they would use something called parallel construction. That's essentially where they will use one means of gathering evidence to start an investigation, but then they will create an entire separate investigation using the knowledge they gathered already, but using different means of gathering that information. So they create a parallel case where they never use cell site simulators. And that will be the one that they actually present in court. Because, again, because of disclosures in court, they would have to reveal, oh, hey, you know, we use this super expensive $1 million cell site simulator to collect all this information on you. So even still, they're very shrouded in secrecy due to that. In fact, you know, I was talking about the Stingray Harris Corporation, loose-lipped sync ships. Well, the police were so loose-lipped about some of these technologies that Harris Corporation just was like, you know what, actually, we're not even going to sell these to you anymore. We're only going to sell these to three-letter agencies and the military. And also, there are technical barriers to detecting these devices. You know, there have been some earlier attempts with apps like Snoop Snitch, but those apps would require rooted devices. So not everyone wants to root their device to have an Android app on it. Not everyone's capable of doing that. Also, there have been attempts with SDRs, but as I mentioned with setting up your own base station or rogue cell tower, SDRs can be a little expensive. You know, you can get some cheap passive SDRs that can't transmit for fairly cheap. But if you are going to try to get an SDR that's transmit capable, you know, you're getting into the hundreds of dollars there, kind of minimum. And then also there's this big distinction too. You know, Stingray, 2G technology. A lot of that research previously, Snoop Snitch in particular, is looking only at, you know, those 2G attacks. But as many of y'all are familiar with, 2G not really common in the US anymore. And there are much more modern attacks using LTE and 5G. So a lot of these previous attempts on tracking this technology are basically looking for historical attacks which are just probably not performed all that much anymore, maybe unless you're Southeast Asia and you got some Chinese spies coming after you. And so what this results in is this situation where most of the research community, much of the security community is completely blind about this technology even existing, or if they know about it existing, they certainly don't fully understand the capabilities. And that results in a scenario where you have policymakers who are writing laws, writing policies, deciding how this technology is used, completely informed only by you know, lobbyists that are paid by these big manufacturing companies who are producing this technology, right? You don't have anyone there arguing the other side. And I think regardless of where you fall on the privacy security debate and what technology can and should be used to surveil citizens, I think it's a suboptimal situation when you only have one side of an argument and people making laws and policies based on only one side of an argument and not even hearing or understanding the other side or another perspective. So that's where Ray Hunter comes in. So Ray Hunter is a new project by EFF. When I say new, it's about a year old at this point. Now, the Crocodile Hunter with the SDR, that was a previous attempt by the EFF, but again, I kind of mentioned the limitations there around using an SDR. So the goal with the EFF and Ray Hunter was, okay, well, we have the secretive technology. We don't know fully who's using it, where they're using it, how they're using it. Let's try to rip the Band-Aid off here and kind of figure out what's going on. So how do we solve some of those kind of problems I was talking about? Well, if we use some commercially available hotspots, makes it pretty cheap and affordable, then you can, you know, root a little device like this. You don't have to root your primary phone if you don't feel comfortable with that. Additionally, you know, I can root a bunch of these devices, hand them out, and so now my non-technical friends can help figure out, hey, where are these cell site simulators set up? How are they being used in a way that, you know, normally I'm not going to be able to coach my friend through rooting an Android phone, using an app, and all of that. Additionally, it's not just one or two mobile hotspots that can be used to detect these rogue cell towers. Basically, any mobile hotspot or phone, for that matter, using a Qualcomm modem that supports this dev diag command can be used with Ray Hunter. So it's, you know, written in Rust, so it's memory safe and hip and cool. But at the end of the day, It's basically a program that you can run on these hotspots. They'll give you a simple, green good, red bad. There's a cell site simulator nearby. So now you've gone from just walking around living your life, never knowing if you're under active attack, to potentially, having a device on you that you can check out periodically and be like, oh, this is green. There's no cell site simulators around here yet. So, really trying to unveil that curtain and figure out, are we encountering cell site simulators on a daily basis? Are these things that'll pop up in your life once a month, once a year? Are they at protests? Are they not at protests? And again, making it accessible to people that are not technical. There are journalists or other activists who would be interested in this technology, but may not feel comfortable using it. So it's been made very accessible thanks to EFF. And of course, for those of us that are a little more technical, it's logging PCAP files. So it can take those PCAP files, we can use Wireshark or something to kind of investigate these communications going on back and forth between the mobile hotspot and the tower. And that's how it's able to detect these attacks, by looking at those management frames going back and forth. We're looking for key indicators that the tower we're talking to is not legitimate. Some of those things that I was discussing before, like if I'm in the US and a tower is saying the only service it has is 2G, that's pretty suspect, because 2G isn't really used in the US. So I was talking about the hotspots capable of being used. Now, I would love to tell you that there's one ring to rule them all. This sort of is, but due to the way that mobile frequencies work, there's multiple different frequencies. Some of them are used some places, some of them are used other places. So if you're in the Americas and you're trying to detect a rogue cell tower, what you want is this Orbic device, which is the primary device this project was developed on and developed for. Relatively affordable, easy to find on eBay as well. But if you're going to Europe or Africa, you need a completely separate device, because that Orbic does not, unfortunately, work on the frequencies that are run over there. So then you need a TP-Link device. Again, they're both using those Qualcomm modems, but just support different frequency bands. Now, if you really are a world traveler or a super nerd, you might know of some little device called the Pine phone. Anyone have a Pine phone? Okay, you actually have a Pine phone. Okay, well, you're in luck. Basically, the Pine phone can run Ray Hunter. It's a little weird because basically the Ray Hunter part is running on just the modem chip. So it's not actually running on the phone per se. So you kind of have to use a remote connection into another physical device on your phone. It's a little weird, but it works. So, I mean, if you're already running a Pine phone, then you've already made those life decisions that's what you're dedicated to. But yeah, question.
So what covers the purple?
So the purple would be covered by the Pine phone. There are a couple of other, so the Pine phone covers all the world. It's just a little weird to run. There are other mobile hotspots that can be used, but it's one of those situations where it's more community support needed, more finding the right mobile hotspots that can support that dev diag command and be used. But yeah, if you're going over to Asia, I would definitely, and you're concerned about cell site simulators, I would get the Pine phone. Kind of the progression here is Orbic, really cheap, easy to get here in the US. TP-Link, it's a bit of a pain to get here in the US because it doesn't support US frequency bands. So it's more expensive, and the best way I can find to get it is basically going on like the eBays and eBay equivalents in Africa and Europe, and then get one. You can't get one here. They're not too bad, but it's something that you would need to be aware of if you're traveling internationally. So, okay, enough rambling, Michael. Let's get in the meat and potatoes. What are the findings? It's been going on a year. Surely we've had some interesting findings. Well, the first one, surprise Pikachu face here, there are no detections at protests. And these things have been around some pretty major protests, no King's Day protests, etc. So It seems from early findings that, that original hypothesis that we had that, okay, well, these are going to be super prevalent on all these protests and they're using it for mass surveillance in that way. Again, it's just a single point in time data point, but at this point, it does not seem that they're being used in any large numbers at any major protests around the US. Now, that does not mean that they're not surveilling you at the protests. It just suggests that they're using potentially other means to surveil you at these protests. So that's where they can get into geofence warrants and other technology. Say they go to a mobile cell phone provider, T-Mobile, Verizon, others, and they'll say, okay, well, within these geographic coordinates, draw a box or something, give us all the cell phones that were in that area from noon to 5 o'clock on Saturday, and the telco provider and its infinite helpfulness will be like, sure, yes, let me give you that information. There are other technologies as well, license plate readers, et cetera, that we know are being used. So it's likely that they're primarily relying on those other surveillance technologies to surveil protests. Now, we do have other positive detections that have been found over the past year. One of them was kind of a random coffee shop in Chicago. Kind of reading the tea leaves here and kind of projecting from the information we had available to us, it was one of those transitory setups where a guy was at the coffee shop, suddenly cell site simulator pops up, he's been there before, it's not been there, comes back up a couple of days later, it's not there. So one of the ways that we believe cell site simulators are used by police in particular, and SWAT teams, is verifying a target is in a building before they serve a search warrant. If you're about to hit a building with a search warrant, you want to know the person you're looking for is in that building. So it's potentially possible that they were doing something like that. Additionally, trying to figure out who is in a building in particular. The other one is one that probably most of y'all have passed through at some point in your life if you've lived in the Northeast here. Anyone want to take a guess at where there was one in New York? I'll give you a hint. Transit hub of Penn Station, yes. Yeah, so Penn Station's a bit of a weird one. So basically, anytime I go through there, I get MC detector detection. I'll talk about that more in a moment, but specifically for this detection, it did hit on multiple signals, which suggests that there was a cell site simulator there. I don't know why they would want one in Penn Station. My best guess is that they're looking for things like suspicious behavior, human trafficking, et cetera, by, potentially monitoring an area like that over time. You could monitor people who are trying to avoid going through airports, et cetera, or establish patterns of life of criminals or whoever you're looking for. A couple other detections are some over in the Mediterranean Turks and Caicos Islands. This one's actually on GitHub, so I know some of y'all are nerdy people who are going to be like, oh, actually, my idea of a good time on a Saturday afternoon is digging through a bunch of Wireshark files. So there you go. There's the QR code for you. But that'll take you to a GitHub page where there's some of these Wireshark, log PCAP files, and that apparently was so suspicious it was hitting all of the key indicators of compromise that we have for these types of cell site simulators and devices. So lots of fun stuff to look through there. Last one I touch on is, I was going to a conference in Sweden recently, passing through Frankfurt Airport, and I also got a detection there. Turns out that one probably false positive, something to be aware of. Places that you would not think about having 2G service still have 2G service. Turns out Germany still has 2G service, even though that's very suspicious for reasons that we discussed earlier. So beautiful interface. This is the interface that comes up when we actually connect to a Ray Hunter device. And here you can kind of see some of these detections I've been talking about. So this is the one I got going through Penn Station, for example. Alerting on the detection where it's trying to collect MC numbers. Basically, If you've ever seen the the Simpsons wallet inspector kind of meme, that's essentially what these rogue cell towers would be doing. They'd be going to every device that connects to them and say, "Give me your MC number," and then they'd be like, "Okay, thanks," run off, and no connection for you. So these devices are just there collecting MC numbers and then dropping connections. Very suspicious behavior. Normal cell tower, in theory, shouldn't be doing that. But this has been the problem child detection. If you get this detection, this is the one that's most likely to be a false positive. If you see it just like this, I'd give it 50-50 or better that it's a false positive. How you know you've definitely seen a rogue cell tower is if you get multiple detections here. So you can kind of see some of the other analytics it's looking for here. But if you start seeing multiple different things being flagged, that's how you have a very strong indicator that you have legitimately seen rogue cell tower. But of course, EFF is collecting all these PCAP files, aggregating them, and trying to analyze them so we can have a better idea of is this a legitimate thing or not? Is it false positive, et cetera? So you don't have to worry about your own skills to look at PCAP files. Again, this is something intended to be able to hand to a journalist and say, hey, take this. If you ever see it turn red, go here, download file, and send it to us. And this one here is the one I was pointing out in Frankfurt Airport in Germany. Again, looks very spooky. That SIB downgrade, basically kind of that attack I was describing before, where it's saying, hey, I got service for you, but it's just 2G. Hope you like that. And so, again, very suspicious, but it's one of those things where if you do get into Ray Hunter and you do get into looking at these detections, you want to see more than just one type of detection to be very sure that what you're looking at is a rogue cell tower. So, okay, very spooky stuff. What can I do about it? How can I protect myself? Well, there's multiple different aspects. So before you ever get near a rogue cell tower, learning some signals intelligence, learning how radios work is definitely a good first step. Doing that and doing some threat modeling. Are you a soccer mom taking your kids to a game? Probably don't need to be that concerned about a rogue cell tower. Are you a soccer mom taking her kids to a soccer game and selling nuclear secrets to the North Koreans or Iran? Okay, maybe you need to be a little more concerned about a rogue cell tower maybe spying on you. And of course, the ultimate protection is you could just go back and pretend you live in the 80s and cell phones just don't exist and not carry a cell phone with you. Probably not practical for everyday purposes, but that would be the ultimate protection from these sorts of attacks. Now, the next thing you can do is kind of change some of your lifestyle aspects of this is actually one of the rare cases that I would consider a VPN. I know there's lots of ads for VPNs of dubious usefulness, but particularly against 2G downgrade attacks, a VPN could be incredibly valuable. Because I was talking about how 2G attack downgrades the data encryption, but a VPN would bypass that, so you would have encrypted data even if they were successful in downgrading you to a 2G. Additionally, most modern phones support disabling 2G service. If you're traveling overseas a bunch, that may or may not be practical. If you're going into backcountry in these other countries, may be less practical. But for just everyday driving around the US, definitely suggest disabling 2G service on your phone. Not going to notice any impact at all, but it really enhances your security. And then additionally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Signal. You've probably seen it in the news recently, but it also is a good way to encrypt your calls and text messages as long as other people are using Signal. But again, that would help secure you against 2G downgrade attacks and some of these other attacks because you're no longer using insecure, bad, old encryption. Now, what can I do if I got one of these Ray Hunters and it suddenly turns red? I'm in the moment. I got a rogue cell tower near me. I messed up. I didn't do any of that before the hand work. Well, the first thing you should do is turn off your cell phone, cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, etc. That'll really help protect things. Put it in airplane mode. But the caveat I always say there is that our phones lie to us sometimes. And as y'all may be familiar, when you tell your phone, go in airplane mode, turn everything off, it doesn't always do exactly what it says on the tin, and sometimes it's still communicating. So if you did see a rogue cell tower, I would strongly suggest getting out of there, but also at a minimum, turn your phone off. You can also steal a bit from the police's handbook. Anyone know what happens to your cellular device when you get arrested? Any guesses? Yeah. Yes. But before that, what they'll do is they'll put it in a Faraday bag or a Faraday box, because essentially what they're afraid you'll do is you'll wipe it remotely. Send some command, do something, say, oh, I lost my iPhone, delete everything before they get to image it. So you can take a little from that handbook and you get a little Faraday bag, or you can just get a bunch of aluminum foil and wrap it around your phone. It'll effectively work the same thing. But basically, put a bunch of metal around your phone, and then the radio signals can't go anywhere. Now, right of boom. After you've been through a cell site simulator, not much you can do. The only thing you might be able to do that might be helpful is swapping your SIMs. That would essentially change your MC number. So that could potentially be helpful. But frankly, already at that point, they have at least your old MC number. They would be able to go to a telco provider, et cetera, and collect a bunch more information on you and your device based on that. But if you did change your MC number, at least going forward, they wouldn't be able to track you based on that MC number. So again, in the Ukraine example, they were trying to track them back in Ukraine using that MC number. If they had changed it between going to the base in Germany and going back to Ukraine, that could have been very helpful. It would have broken the whole plot there as well. So if you're going to Germany and training on Patriot air defense missile systems, maybe swap your SIM after. And of course, the ultimate protection as well, burner phone. If you have the budget for that, you can easily get, relatively affordable, like $50 to $100, $150 Android phone, etc., that you use a burner device, basically a device that you use only for a limited period of time, then get rid of, and again, that would help protect you against getting tracked over time. So, Ray Hunter is a really cool project, but it's still only a year old. There's still a lot of opportunity for growth and improvement in the project. Some of the things that we're looking at adding are things like GPS. So we have those beautiful PCAP files. We could do some awesome ore driving, but there's no GPS in these devices. So connecting or making an app that connects to your phone and gets to GPS coordinates from your phone, or adding a way to connect GPS directly to this, definitely an area for improvement. So if anyone's looking for some fun projects to work on and you like GPS and war driving, I got an opportunity for you. And then on the other side of the war driving as well is, I was talking about part of the goal of the Ray Hunter project is to figure out, where these are being used. We have that beautiful atlas of surveillance, but that's just saying, okay, well, this city owns this device. It doesn't tell you, oh, there's a cell site simulator, on this street or this building. So there's a lot of opportunity to make some of these devices, take Ray Hunter around, do the normal war driving you might do already, but then also do some cellular war driving and detect where some of these rogue cell towers might be. And then also building a better map and database of this information. So, EFF has collected this information. They put out an article a couple of weeks ago about some of these detections that we found in the first year or so, but having a better map or database that can be publicly available about where these devices are, so that we can know, and I can be like, oh yeah, okay, it's at Penn Station. I maybe don't want to go through Penn Station. Well, that doesn't really currently exist, so definitely something we could use help on. One of the concerns there is just around PII, personally identifiable information. There is some PII in these PCAP files, specifically the IMSI number of the device. So some things to work through there. Also, routing more devices. I talked about that. Any device running a Qualcomm modem that supports that dev diag command. So finding more devices, you're asking about the purple area, right, on the map, Asia region. Finding more mobile hotspots or other devices that'll work there and rooting them. And then also testing against cell site simulators. I talked about some GitHub projects that let you build your own, but finding more commercially available cell site simulators to test against, so we can actually know, are the parameters that we're looking for the same attacks that these devices are actually using. So want to make some acknowledgments here to all the work the EFF and the crew has done. Also, little conference down in Atlanta, Counter Spy Conference. They had some really good talks on understanding MC catchers and building Stingray ray hunters. And then also there was a nice talk at DEF CON recently about building open source cell site simulators. So if you want to get involved, I have a number of the Orbic hotspots with me today. If you want to buy one, you can also go on eBay and get a number of them. Strongly encourage you basically to go get one of these devices. They're not really that expensive. Go out and just live your life normally. If you get a detection, send it to the EFF. At a minimum, that would be super helpful. If you want to do proactive, like war driving, that would be even super helpful. But at a minimum, just contributing to the project in any which way you can would be great. And I think we have a couple of minutes for questions now. So yeah, any questions?
So when there's degradation back down to 2G, if the handset has an application or settings to enforce a DNS resolution for the data portion that overrides the cell tower's default DNS,
Yeah.
will the cell tower simulator cancel that out, or will it route the DNS to where the handset says
Right.
through the simulator by default?
Yeah, and repeating the question for the stream, basically the question is about if during a 2G downgrade attack, if they're potentially trying to redirect DNS, et cetera, and you have some settings on your phone to route DNS a certain way with whatever they're doing. It depends, like if you're using DNSSEC and DNS over HTTPS, in theory you should be more secure. But if you're just using like standard DNS, because they're performing a man-in-the-middle attack, they could route that traffic wherever they want to, or pretend it's coming from wherever they want it to. If you were using more secure stuff, that's possible. Frankly, from what we've seen so far, I would not be hyper concerned about that. Again, unless your threat model says, okay, if I'm working at Lockheed Martin on a super secret, fighter jet, and I, for whatever reason, have CUI on my cell phone, and I'm using that on my cell phone, then maybe I would be more concerned about that. If you're just going about your daily life, I would not be that concerned about that. That being said, using some more secure DNS. Shout out to Pi-hole. If y'all like setting up Pi-hole on your home network, I would definitely suggest that, enabling DNS over HTTPS, etc. Any other questions? Yeah.
With the prevalence of eSIMs, does that change the nature of this attack at all if you have a phone that doesn't have a physical SIM card?
Basically, the question is if you have an eSIM versus a physical SIM, does that change anything? No. The only thing that might change is it makes it easier to change your SIM card, so that could change your MC number. Again, so I was kind of talking about changing your MC number could be helpful. It's not the end-all, be-all, but certainly would be helpful, but just eSIM versus regular SIM, no difference, as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
On your green, yellow, red slide, you had, if you counter one of these things, you're supposed to turn off, obviously, cellular, but also the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS.
Yeah.
Like, is there a reason for the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS at all?
Just because you're physically close to this device, and while it's possible that these devices are being used in isolation, it's also strongly possible that they're using some of the Wi-Fi attacks I was talking about, Wi-Fi Pineapple, etc. Also, one of the attacks that can happen is if you have your GPS on, they can use some attacks on the cellular protocol to basically demand your location from your phone. And so if you didn't have GPS enabled, then they would only be able to get the course location of, okay, well, you're within several hundred yards of this rogue cell tower. They wouldn't be able to get the precise, 3-meter GPS location of you are in this corner of this room in that building. And then, yeah, the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, it's just, if they're tracking you through cellular, it's more than likely that they're also attempting other techniques as well. So that's why I would add that precaution. I think there was another question back here.
You answered my question in the last one.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? Yeah.
You were talking about common places where they were expected and found, protests, etc. What about stadiums?
Yes. So I don't know of any evidence saying anything about stadiums, but just from my suspicions, that could be the sorts of device or the sorts of places you might deploy these devices. Again, maybe you're aware of certain cell phones that are owned by terrorists or something like that. You might do that. Or again, you might be trying to establish patterns of life. Hey, is there like some device that's been coming around here for days after days, like that doesn't belong to a contractor or someone? Whether or not it's used like that, I don't have any strong evidence to say either way, but I could definitely see a use case in that sort of scenario. I'll jump over here. Yeah.
Me?
Yep, yeah.
I imagine that the PCAPs that are coming from Stingray are a lot different than normal network TCP packets. So is there a filter for Wireshark that you can get and import into your Wireshark so that you can filter out all the other stuff and really zone in on what's important?
Yeah, so there's the PCAP and then the QMDL. So the PCAP file is actually already filtered. So that QMDL file is all the packets coming through on the cellular band, and then the PCAP file is just the looking at the management packets going back and forth that Ray Hunter thinks is interesting. As far as in Wireshark, I think it's just automatically just going to look at those packets that you give it. I don't know that you need anything else, but honestly, I'm not the one that dives into Wireshark all that much. But I think if you just download that PCAP file and open it up in Wireshark, you should be off to the races.
Right. I'm
Yeah.
talking about new PCAP files that you collect yourself.
Yeah. So, for instance, if I connect to the device, that's a PCAP file I've collected myself. That's automatically going to be filtered.
Oh, so
Yeah. The physical device.
the physical device already filtered?
Yeah, as long as it's running Ray Hunter. Yeah. I'll jump over here.
Do you need a SIM card in the hotspot, and does it have to be active?
Having a SIM card is, yes. It does not have to be active, as far as we can tell, as long as it has some data to give to the cell tower. These rogue cell towers are not connected back to Verizon or T-Mobile, so they have no way to verify the data anyway. So as long as there's a SIM card in there, so it looks like there's data, it should be good. So like for all the ones that I have available today, like they all have SIM cards in them. Their Verizon SIM cards are not active, but they'll work on all the carriers in the US, et cetera. Yes?
So you get your Orbit today,
Mhm.
you go to the GitHub, you do the installation. How do you test? You have to
Right.
fly drive.
So that's where, I was talking about that talk by Ronald Broberg, that open source cellular test bed, because that was actually his question, right? Is like, well, how do I test these things? Unfortunately, unless you want to, spend $2,000 building your own, there's not a tried and true way to test it. It's kind of just go around your life and see if you get a detection. That being said, if you do go through Penn Station or something, you will get the detection. A lot of the ones I have, I've already pre-flashed and I carry around with me all the time. So some of them have detections on them already. But yeah, that is one of those areas, for improvement and growth in the project, is getting a more tried and true, affordable way to do some testing, et cetera. Let me know when I should stop questions.
This is my first day.
Okay. Any more quick questions? I think we're almost out of time.
But he's good till top of the hour, right?
Okay. And that's all. Thank you for coming to the talk today. I'll be out here if you want to get an Orbic. I also have some stickers for those of you that are interested. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Well, good morning, JawnCon. Thanks for letting me join you here, and thank you for accommodating the remote delivery. The best laid plans I had intended to come to JawnCon in person to deliver this, but some personal things prevented that. So this was the next best thing. So thank you to the staff and everyone who has made a remote delivery of this possible. So this morning's talk, I bit of tongue in cheek here, and seriously, this should be the last one. Uh, the tongue in cheek aspect of this is that if you are a collector, very often of anything, but especially when it comes to, I find with collecting things like vintage computers or vintage electronics and the like, that we kind of have trouble saying no. Whether that's somebody who wants to part with something free, or whether we see something just that we really love. So just we're gonna this is gonna be a presentation really directed at people who are not currently collecting, but have an interest in becoming vintage computer collectors. There is some applicability to what I'm going to talk about to general kinds of whether it's vintage electronics or teletypes or any kind of vintage restoration and repair work when it comes to these areas. So also, I guess I'll say that since JawnCon is a Philadelphia con and a Pennsylvania centric con, I did wear the Millersville University sweatshirt. I am originally from Lancaster County, and so I am a Pennsylvania raised guy, and so let's go ahead and roll into that a little bit. And so, who am I? Why am I talking to you? And kind of how this all began. I am not going to bore you with extended background information, just because one of the things that always drives me nuts is when I go to a presentation and somebody spends more time talking about themselves and than the material, and also the let me tell you all about the things that I've done in my life. So we're going to keep that to a minimum, but it will be I will be talking about the parts that are applicable. So when did I get into this? What caused me to land in this collection world that I'm in now? Probably that would be the obsession that started in 1980. Yes, that is me at Centerville, at the middle school in Centerville, outside Lancaster, and working with a Commodore CBM computer, which is where I originally learned how to write in BASIC, and kicked off sort of my interest in computers. Move forward to 1983. It's it's the 80s. Computers are becoming a bigger thing into the home and the household, and the local newspaper decides this is the Lancaster New Era. I think, or is it the Lancaster New Era or the Intelligentsia? Decides to do a newspaper article in 1983 about some of the kids at Hempfield High School who are big into computers. The TV show The Whiz Kids was on at the time, which was a really horrible TV show about a bunch of kids who use computers to solve mysteries. And so they selected me on the left and my buddy Kevin DiCostanzo on the right to be the features in the article. Now, the fun part about that is, fast forward to 2012, I happen to be in Delaware, where Kevin lives now, and so we reenacted the photo from 1983, but using a modern computer. So when I say that, this is information that I think it's important for you to know, because this is where the obsession with computers really began. And while modern computers, I believe, offer us a lot of opportunity to do things better, faster, obviously with the advent of AI, the amazing levels of computing is just, I mean, it's almost science fiction like. But I think that the connectivity we have to our ancestors, if you will, is incredibly valuable, and it is a level of learning that we cannot get from the current computer equipment that is available to the consumer. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So what's on our agenda for today? So today we're going to talk a little bit about the getting started basics. What kind of things do you need to do to get started in vintage computer collecting? talk a little bit about how to choose your focus, because believe it or not, there are a multitude of things within just the within this collecting realm that you can get sucked down rabbit holes. And while that often I've seen this happen to a lot of folks, and they end up accumulating but never really doing anything or uh, creating any kind of serious value or use out of what they're doing. We'll talk a little bit about the tools that are needed, where to get systems, some alternatives to systems you can't necessarily find. So physical systems that you can't get your hands on. So how can you work with some of this vintage technology when you don't have those things available, and where to find help if you are in need of some while you're exploring this area. So you're going to notice that there's a certain um, theme, if you will, to the colors and the way that I've done the fonts and such on the presentation. And where did I sort of bogart that from? That was from these kinds of original documents. These are just some snippets of the early computer clubs that had formed. So whether it was the People's Computer Company or the Homebrew Computer Company, out in all of these being out in the Silicon Valley area in California. uh, it's important to remember that we didn't have cons back in those days like we do today. So the ability to share information and to learn from one another was often done in these club formats. It was tended to be local, with just local folks attending, and the information was less structured like we have in cons. There were very few presentations like just where you had tracks where people could go. It was more just a general meeting where people would bring information and such. So why did I have this here? Well, one, I wanted to give you kind of an understanding of uh, why am I making my presentation have this theme of its aesthetics. But second is that there is still, if you are into collecting and decide to get into this realm, uh, or you're currently collecting these documents, uh, these old newsletters are all available online. And believe it or not, there are still some valuable bits and pieces of information out there that you can get to experience as you're working with this classic technology. You can get some experience as to what kind of things were our technology ancestors, if you will. What were they exchanging? What kind of information did they find important? Of course, we don't have the ability to dial into bulletin boards like they did back then. There are bulletin boards that are online nowadays, of course, which you can get through just connecting through the internet, and they are resurrected versions of some of those BBSs from back in the day. But these documents, you're going to find them kind of interesting, I think, and helpful. If you want to learn more about where as a group we came from as hackers, where did we come from? And so I again, you saw from the earlier pictures that my time frame goes back to about 1980 when I got started in this. So I was kind of going through the hacker community in not that 60s and 70s world was a very different kind of hacker community and hacker world. The 80s, of course, being the time when phone phreaking and everything was really starting to catch on, and a lot more was getting publicized. But if you're interested in the history of it, I cannot recommend highly enough this book called Hackers: Heroes of the Computer Revolution. If you've never read this or listened to it on Audible, I strongly encourage you to do it. It is just a fascinating look into our roots, into where we came from as hackers. And it talks a great deal about the hacker mindset and what makes the way we think different than the way the average person just tends to blunder on through life. There's the almost obsessive nature that we can develop for our desire to learn, to understand, and to become very close to the technology that we embrace. So let's go ahead and start talking about, let's get to the first part of the agenda here and getting started. So there are going to be some things, I think, this has just been my experience, that you're going to need to really get started in, regardless of what lane you'll pick, and we'll talk a little bit about that next. Regardless of what area you're going to collect, there are going to be some things that you're going to need. First and foremost, if you're married, you're going to need a tolerant spouse, because I guarantee you, this is something that you can't do without having someone who is willing to put up with your quirkiness and strangeness about this. So, but then again, if you've been in the hacking world for a while and you have a spouse, then odds are they already know that we're all a little on the strange side. So this probably will not come as much of a surprise. Second, you need to designate a storage, display, and usage place. So, and I know, I don't know if any of you watch the TV show that's on called Collector's Call. It's on Sunday evenings, and every now and then I catch an episode of it. And typically that's when I look at my wife and go, "See, it's not all that bad. Look at these guys. They have an entire room full of, bobbleheads." These things will take up room. They take storage environments that may not be just throw it in your attic, because you're going to learn as we go through this a little bit today that you're going to learn that a lot of these things come from bad storage environments, whether they're barns and attics and things like that, which are very detrimental to the devices themselves. So storage actually becomes a bit of an important aspect. You need to make sure that you have a climate controlled environment. And if you're not going to be using some sort of offsite storage, you're going to need to find something in your house where you can store it. Then display and usage. A lot of folks that do collect vintage computer systems, we want to use them. We want to use these devices as they were back in the day, and sometimes even push them a little bit beyond where we currently are, the technology that we're currently using. But how can we tie them into the modern world that we currently have? And then display. I personally have built several displays for a lot of my systems. So in one of the rooms, I have a variety of different shelves that I built that allow me to display. So what I tend to do in this area is I pick the ones that I want to use, and they're the ones that are more accessible. The ones that are not going to be used are put into more of a display function. So they're on a shelf and such, and they tend to take up less room, just because get them off the table, get them off the floor. So you're going to need a workbench area. You're going to need some place to do these repairs, to do these restorations, because it is going to be very, very rare when you come across a system that is pristine and ready to go. You can find them. They are very costly, mostly because someone else has already gone through all the effort to restore and repair the system itself. We're going to talk, when we get to the part where we talk a little bit about where we're going to get hardware. I'll mention some of the better places and some of the difficulties that are occurring with finding this stuff at what I would consider to be reasonable prices. So as far as workbench areas, if you're married or have a spouse, again, go back, see number one, because you're going to need to find a place that they're going to let you work. If you're unmarried or don't have a spouse or partner, well then kitchen table works great. Just and spread out, because it's your domain and your world. Work where you will. And then you're going to need some of the basic tools, which we're going to get into in a couple of slides, and we're going to break those down into what are the basic tools that you're going to need, and then some advanced tools that are not essential but still good to have, that will help you work through some of the troubleshooting problems. And then once again, you're going to need patience. This is something that I struggled with. I wanted to have things up and running quickly, efficiently. I wanted to get these things back online, and it takes time and patience. If you are not already educated in basic electronics or digital circuits, I am not. I do not have an engineering degree. It's all been self-taught in that respect. Then you're going to need some patience to work through your problems that you're discovering, and learn good diagnostic techniques, learning where to start and what to step through in order to do effective diagnostics. Due to the time constraints and what I wanted to cover in this very basic one, we're not going to get into those diagnostics today, except I will touch on them maybe a little bit while we talk about tools and what's important. So I talked about picking a lane about picking what it is that you want to collect. Picking a lane, there's a lot of various reasons. So unless you are independently wealthy or have unlimited space at your house, you're going to have to pick a lane of what it is you want to collect, what it is that you want to have in this world of vintage electronics and computers. So just a couple of things. Mini computers. These are some terminologies you're going to hear thrown around. Mini computers, those are referring to things like, the PDP series of computers from DEC. They are multi-user systems. They're smaller than mainframes, but they're not microcomputers, which we have come to know as, the current desktop or personal computer was given the terminology of microcomputer. So mini computers, great challenge, amazing opportunities to find and troubleshoot some of these systems. But I will tell you, they're hard to find. They're very, very expensive when you do find them, and they're also they take up a ton of room, and sometimes will also require some special infrastructure in order to make them work, whether that's special cooling or special electrical supplies. If you're interested in that area, there's a YouTube channel called Dave's Garage, which I cannot recommend highly enough. Dave's really cool. He's an old Microsoft guy from back in the day, who I guess sold all his stock and turned into a multimillionaire. And he has a VAX and PDP 1170 in his garage, which, if you in the videos that he discusses, he talks about the various infrastructure changes he needed to make in order to get those systems up and running. But very rewarding if that's your area. Of course, I know a lot of you that are at JawnCon. I know there's a lot of focus on teletypes and phones, and that's another area where people tend to be interested in collecting. Again, as you probably have already seen through some of the displays there at the con, or through some of your own collecting. These as well can be very, very large space hogs, as far as if you're using original switching equipment or you got original teletypes. So I've had the good fortune of helping out. I'm a volunteer at the Signals Museum here in Huntsville, Alabama, where it is a relatively brand new museum that takes people through the history of electronic communications, all the way from early pre-electronic days through the days of telegraph and all that, all the way up through modern computers and electronics. And I've had the pleasure of helping do some of the restoration work for the mini and microcomputers. And next time, I think I'll probably be moving towards the teletypes. That's something I've never done before, but I wouldn't mind learning more. But again, back to tolerant spouse, I'm pretty sure my tolerant wife will not be allowing me to get very large teletypes stored in our house. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to focus primarily on microcomputers. So, so this is, before we move on to the next part to talk about the tools that you're going to need. This is also a big question you need to ask yourself, and that is, what is motivating you for this collecting? What is driving your passion to find, acquire, repair, restore, display, use all this classic technology? For me, it's because as a man approaching 60, I am, yes, beneath this baseball cap, there is just a little bit of what's left of gray hair. The reason for me to collect and have these systems was I had this longing, this desire to see things back from the 80s. The 80s that was the years that I grew up, and that was my time. I loved it. I loved the 80s. I know there's a lot of resurgence in love for the 80s, but that time frame defines much of who I am, and those systems were very much a part of who I was and what I grew up to be and of the experiences in life that I had. So these are part of it. This is like collecting a little bit of my own history. I set out, the goal was to have one system from each of the types of systems that I used as a kid and as a young adult. I've gotten almost all of them. The only one I do not have is one of the systems that the system that you saw in that early picture of me back in the 1980s, that Commodore CVM. I do not have one. It's still on my hunting list. They are available out there. You can find them on eBay. Man, are they pricey. I am not into paying modern computer prices, 15, 1800, 2000 or more dollars for a vintage computer that some repair and restoration may be required. I've done everything. Everything I've done has been on the cheap, if you will. So all of the systems that I have either been donated or very low cost purchases through various avenues. And we'll talk more about those sources when we get to that slide. All righty. Tools required, necessary tools. What do we need in order to accomplish our tests? Well, very, very basic. Things we're going to need are going to be a soldering iron. And some of you are probably thinking, well, no kidding, Mark. Yeah, soldering iron is essential. And I would recommend a good soldering iron, one that is variable temp. That you can get variable temp soldering iron, pencil type soldering irons that are variable temp. You can get them as little as $30 on eBay or AliExpress. They're not that bad. Personally, I have a Heiko. I like those because they're interchangeable tips. I can change whatever type of tip I'm using, and those tips are going to be important when it comes to doing SMD soldering. So if you're doing if you've already done some SMD soldering, you probably are aware there are some tips that work really, really well for that, and other ones that make it very problematic. And with that SMD soldering, not only or just any soldering in general, but we want to have some different solder sizes. 0.7 millimeters, 0.3 millimeters, those are typically the sizes that I keep on hand. I find that those are adequate enough, especially the 0.3 if I'm touching on SMD, or if I'm doing larger, discrete components and such, passives, I'm good to go with that 0.7 millimeter. 60-40 is what I tend to get, 60% tin, 40% lead. There are lead-free solders. I've never really explored them, but one of the things that I did build since I started doing a lot more soldering, I did build a little bit of a solder fan for myself. So it's really just an old fan from a tower system that is hooked up to a 12-volt power supply, and I put a piece of filter material in front and in the back that are the filter materials that are just used it's a white kind of filter material you can put in your air ducts, not to be confused with the filter that goes in your HVAC return, but the ones that you can put actually at the exit parts of your air ducts in HVAC systems. And I just put a piece in front of that, and I put it near what I'm soldering. And that just pulls the solder fumes away and filters them out a little bit. There are commercial versions of that you can buy. So you're going to need some sort of desoldering tool. So I've seen a lot of people have different opinions on this. Some people will use they'll use desoldering ribbon, or wick. I have mixed experiences and results with solder wick. A lot of times, it sure looks a lot easier on YouTube than it is when I try to use solder wick. As far as the plunger ones, those tend to be a little bit better. Those are sort of hand plungers. You push the plunger down, you heat up the solder, and when you click the button, it sort of sucks the solder up into the plunger system. Those tend to work a little bit better. I think the solder wick, everyone seems to like better for SMDs. I would say that probably is the case. My favorite is I have a Heiko vacuum soldering gun, which is, if you can imagine, a soldering iron that is hollow with a little vacuum at the end, and you put it over top of the piece that's to be desoldered. over top of the solder blob, let it heat up and melt, pull the trigger, and a little pump runs and sucks up the solder into a reservoir. And those are just awesome. Now, I would suggest that maybe you look for those on eBay, because somewhere between when I bought it a couple years ago and now, I guess I shouldn't be investing in IRAs. I should be investing in that particular tool. The price has gone insane, and I do not know why. They're just not that. It's just the same tool. It's the exact same tool, and it's almost doubled in price. So the plungers and the wick may be your best place to start as a beginner who is just heading into this. Next is good flux. You want to have some good flux for your soldering. This is super important when you're doing SMD soldering. I had struggled for a long time doing SMD soldering, and I wanted to make sure that I could get these parts done and done right. I found a video on YouTube that showed someone using this flux called Kingbo RMA 218 flux. This individual, placed his SMD component on the board, put a generous amount of this Kingbo flux across all the leads, took some solder and literally just ran it across there, and that just wicked that right onto those leads and made a beautiful SMD solder joints at each of the leads with no spillover onto the board. Very clean, very well isolated leads for each of the different SMD component leads. It was really quite amazing. I've done that. It works just like that. I had never had any success like that with any other ways of doing SMD. So if you are going to be doing that SMD kind of soldering, I do recommend this Kingbo RMA 218. Amazing stuff. And if you look for the videos online for SMA soldering with Kingbo, SMD soldering, you're going to find this, and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. A multimeter, you're going to absolutely need a multimeter because you're going to need to be able to check traces, check continuity, check. One of the first things we do when we work on vintage systems, you're going to hear a lot of people say, well, first thing you do is you pull out the reefa caps out of the power supplies. So that's absolutely the very first thing you do. Reefa caps are old paper capacitors that over time degrade and have a tendency to go up in smoke and flame when they fail, and it fills your room with a very unpleasant smoke and smell. Often can damage components that are adjacent to those capacitors. They're there as filter capacitors in the power supply. You can replace them with moderns, or you can just pull them out in general. It's not that big a deal. But you're going to need this multimeter because a lot of the things that you're going to be doing is checking what are the voltages on the individual rails, on the individual lines that are feeding each of the different segments and sections of the vintage system. So you'll want to have a decent multimeter. Oddly enough, you can get a very decent multimeter, good entry level multimeter at Harbor Freight. It's about maybe $40 and $45, and it is really pretty decent. It will do a good job for you. It has both capacitor checking as well. Some of them, the older versions, I think maybe even had a transistor check, but not a bad way to start. Also, you're going to need a variety of small pliers, cutters, picks, tweezers, and such. Again, Harbor Freight, great place to pick these up at a cheap price. For tweezers, I would recommend maybe looking on Amazon or eBay, because the tweezers you might want to try getting yourself some anti-static ones. So they're since they're a little more specialized, Harbor Freight tends to not have those. But for cheap pliers and cutters and picks, things like that, you're going to need those, and Harbor Freight is just great. I've been using those all along. You're going to want to get some long stick cotton swabs. Again, eBay, Amazon, ones that you'll see, they're sort of medical, they used a lot in the medical field for applying medications. The reason you'll want those is you're going to be doing a lot of work to clean up things, whether it's getting flux off of new solder joints, or whether it's getting grime and guck that's built up over years out of different ports and things. And these long stick swabs can be really helpful. Isopropyl alcohol is going to be one of your best friends. It not only breaks down the flux, it's great for cleaning up once you've soldered in new parts. You can take an old toothbrush, clean up the and get all the flux off the boards with some isopropyl alcohol. But it works absolute wonders for just cleaning up dirty PCBs when you disassemble a system for repair and restoration. It also works great if you're needing to get old stickers. If someone put stickers on something and you're restoring that, a little bit of isopropyl alcohol on the sticker will loosen up that adhesive really well. So it's a very versatile solvent for this process. You're going to also want to have a variety of quantity of peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is another really helpful chemical for this because it is a great cleaner. But you're going to notice that if you get more and more into this, you're going to come across the term retrobrighting. And that is a process where you're using ultraviolet light and hydrogen peroxide. You're immersing the plastic parts, the cases and other types of plastic parts, the ones that particularly that yellow very badly over time. There's a chemical process that happens in the old plastic that's why it yellows. Well, you can put these pieces into a plastic tub, fill it with peroxide, either stick it out in the sun or use ultraviolet LEDs, and you can expose it to that UV light for a while, and you'd be amazed on how it gets rid of that yellowing. Some people dislike this process because they claim it makes the plastics more brittle. I've not come across that, but I can't say that I can't prove or disprove that. So that's just something to consider. So additional tools, deoxit. I can't recommend deoxit enough. That stuff is amazing. I have resolved entire system problems simply by removing a chip from a socket, spraying the socket with some deoxit, putting the chip back in, and everything's back to normal. One of the channels I'll recommend down the road when we get to sections that can help you, Adrian Black, who has a channel on YouTube. He uses the expression deoxit that socket, and that is no joke. Anti-static brushes. Anti-static brushes are also something that you're going to want to get for getting grime and just years of dirt and dust, old spiders that have died on PCBs and things like that, and brushing that all off there. Really helpful to have some anti-static brushes. You're going to want to collect up various sockets, ribbon cables, header pins, header sockets, just you name it, sockets of all sizes and such. What I tend to do is I go on AliExpress and I just pick a decent price for whatever it is, and I just buy a bunch in various sizes. I'll get ribbon cables of various, pin size. Of course, if you buy 40 pin ribbon cable, you can always tear it down to what you need if it's smaller. Sockets, 4, 8, 16, 14, typical socket sizes. I will pick up a whole bunch and just have them in a bin. They're always available. Header pins is the like, and same with header sockets for those ribbon cables. You're going to want a chip pry tool or a puller and a pin straightener. The puller is, there are some out there that are very expensive, very nice. They're almost plunger-like. You put them over top of the IC, you press the button, and it grips it evenly and pulls it straight up. I use a chip pry. It's sort of just a very small, it looks like a very small crowbar. You just get it up underneath that chip and you just go back and forth until the chip pops out. Pin straighteners, these are really awesome tools. It just helps get your chips, whether you're replacing a chip, putting a new socket in, just gets those pins nice and straight and gets the kinks out of them. So that's just a nice little luxury item to have. Get an assortment of passive components. I have purchased from Amazon lots of these boxes of just a mixture of quarter watt resistors, a mixture of various electrolytic and ceramic capacitors, just so I have a variety available to me on hand. Next is going to be organization for all this. You're going to need some way. Remember I said about space? Yeah, you're gonna need space on the workbench too, because you're gonna need a way to organize this. Those passive components, if you buy them in those kits, they tend to come in nice little kits. They're organized, little broken down by the values, and you can store the box. That makes it kind of nice and convenient. But as you can see, we're talking when it comes to desoldering irons, soldering irons, all the various parts, the chemicals you're going to need, all these things are going to take some room. So you need to give some thought on how you're going to organize your workspace and organize your storage. Some fancy tools. It's nice to have a hot air gun. I have a very inexpensive Harbor Freight hot air gun. I use it for heating shrink tube. It is not effective. It is inadequate for hot air reflow, but you can get hot air reflow stations. You can get some for less than $100, especially on AliExpress. If you're into doing SMD work by reflow and solder paste, that's not a bad way to go. You're going to find that a lot of the old systems, sometimes their ROM chips go, and there are also a variety of test programs that people have written that you can burn onto an EEPROM. So having an EEPROM programmer is also another valuable tool to have for you. You can get those pretty inexpensively. Do some shopping around to see which one will work best for you. Make sure that you are taking into consideration the voltage level. You need to make sure that your EEPROM programmer can handle the right voltage. Some of the older chips and even the modern replacement EEPROMs they can require up to 24 volts and such to do the programming. So a lot of these modern inexpensive Chicom knockoffs or whatever, if you will, that you can get on AliExpress are low voltage. They only work with the USB voltage. Make sure you get one that has the ability to have some external power applied to it. And 3D printers. I can't tell you how many times I've had to 3D print parts that have been broken. If I built a new power supply, an external power supply for something, I want to print a case. Do you need to have one? No. Check your local library. A lot of libraries have 3D printing services available to them in their maker labs. An oscilloscope, you're going to hear a lot of people say, oh, I need an oscilloscope. I need a logic analyzer. Need is a big word. They are good to have. They're fun to have. They are certainly helpful, but I did this hobby for years before I dumped the $400 on a oscilloscope. And matter of fact, some oscilloscopes, depending on which ones you buy, some of them you can even hack and get a little bit of an extended frequency ranges on some of them. Because they're all just little Linux boxes, and if you can enter a code, it'll expand, and now all of a sudden you have a larger frequency range. So check those out before you buy one. Make sure you're getting the right frequency ranges. That goes for the little pocket digital oscilloscopes that are available on AliExpress. Make sure they're covering the range of frequencies that you need. All right. Sources. Where do I get this kind of stuff? Where can I find it? So I say your own basement, attic, and kicking myself in the ass because, I can't begin to tell you how many things I got rid of over the years that I am just so angry at myself for having done that. My original Commodore 64 that I bought back in 1983, 84, my original Timex Sinclair. Oh, I wish I still had those. Not to mention all the bits and pieces of equipment that I got rid of over the years that I just thought I would never need but I hadn't gotten into this vintage collecting just yet. Friends and relatives, there are always things lurking in someone's attic or someone's basement that they don't want. I have several systems that just having a conversation with people saying, yeah, I started doing this. They're like, hey, you want this? Here's a Commodore VIC-20. It's been sitting in my basement. I don't want it. Here's an Atari 2600. I don't want it. You'd be amazed how many things you can collect through that process. So, talk to your friends, talk to your relatives, and tell them that you're doing this, and put it in their mind that you may to look around. eBay, eBay's getting really they're getting some brass balls on eBay when it comes to charging for pieces. They are really getting expensive these days. So eBay I do that sparingly now. and it has to be a really good deal before I'll buy on eBay, just because they're just people that are selling stuff are just asking outrageous prices. Thrift shops. This can be hit or miss. There are a ton of thrift shops in your area, probably ones you don't even know, I'm sure. And they say they're hit or miss because obviously they only get what people donate, but it's also very, very location influenced. If you go out to thrift shops in the Silicon Valley area, yeah, there are tons and tons of good hits. You can find a lot of stuff in the Silicon Valley area, some of the areas around Arizona, in Arizona as well. But you get into areas where technology is not a big deal, thrift shops may not work. Same goes for estate auctions. They are great places. You can find often home computers there. May not be anything exotic, but you can find some things there. But again, also location influenced. What is the industry that is in that area? That if you are living in mostly in rural farm area where no one was really big into technology, you're probably not going to find some things that you want. But if you're in Silicon Valley, you're in some of the areas in Texas and Arizona and other technology corridors, you may find more. E-recycling. So this is something interesting. There's a lot of people on the different channels that talk about going down to their e-recyclers to find parts. Where I am, the e-recycling facility is part of the city, and they do not allow anybody to come in and dumpster dive through what is being dropped off. I'm sure their lawyers probably told them that they can't do that. I've tried talking to people that work there and saying, hey, could you just keep an eye out? I can make it worth your while. I can throw some money your way, and no dice. So that may or may not, if you have an e-recycling facility in your area, check it out. Go find out what their rules are. They may allow people to go through the stuff that's dropped off. Facebook Marketplace, you can find stuff. Typically, the prices are better than eBay, so not a bad idea. Craigslist, what's better than a place where you can find all sorts of computers at Craigslist. Usually, it's between cocaine and compressors, and you can find that located, in your area or as far as you're willing to drive. Prices tend to be a little bit better. But again, sometimes the sellers are shady. I've actually gotten free stuff off of Craigslist. People have posted saying, hey, free. I got a TRS-80 Model 4 portable from a guy who was just looking to get rid of it. So okay, happy to give it a home. And there's also, if you're looking at Apple stuff, there's a site called Apple Rescue of Denver. They take donations from people of Apple material. They don't buy stuff; they only take donations. They restore it, clean it up, and then they sell it to folks. I mean, I've never bought anything from there, but their prices are not bad. It's just hit or miss as to what they have at the time. Eventually, you're going to need some software to run on all this. So there are a multitude of software places where you can get all sorts of stuff. These are just your best bet is to Google them. Google what you're looking for in particular. There's nothing magical about where I found these. They're just different sites, but they tend to be more set up based upon the particular platform you're looking for, whether it's Commodore, Atari, Timex, Sinclair, or TRS-80s, etc. And that goes for also if you're doing mini computers, you'll find software for those things as well in that same fashion. So it's all free. It is out there. It's all open. It's all not open source per se, but it is no longer copyrighted due to age, and many of these things have been abandoned by the original copyright owners. So you can pull software down from here. There's a lot of ways to run it on systems now that are not using the actual floppy disks, and you're using other methods to get the software into the system through the same floppy cables and such, but just from modern components, and those are all over the place. So I said earlier that some of these things, why BMW? It's bring more wallet, because the cost of this addiction can be high, and it does depend on where you're getting stuff, your creativity. Be creative on where you're going to find stuff. Be patient. I'm still waiting for that Commodore CBM. You can get cheaper stuff if you're willing to do the restore, but be careful. This can get pricey if you have to replace too much stuff. Do a little research about what a restore of that particular device is going to need. Things that are too far gone can cost you more in parts to replace them than it would be to buy a new system. If it's just passes and traces that are broken, hey, that's great. That's easy to fix. It's easy peasy. ICs are getting tricky. Not every IC in the old systems have modern equivalents. So sometimes you'll need to find new old stock, which is components from that time frame, but that are new. Or some people that are there's some folks out there that on eBay that will harvest old chips and sell them. But also that's where being on forums and local groups, Vintage Computer Federation, other groups, local groups that you might join, have all sorts of folks that will just trade parts and such. With eBay, beware, there are lots of fraudulent parts out there, so just keep that in mind. So we've got about 15 minutes left here, so I just want to just go through some things. If you want to have systems that are not and you can't find the originals, I would love to have an original VT100 terminal. I don't have the disposable cash for an original VT100 terminal. They are out there. They're just expensive. This one guy made a little. This is a little board. You can buy the PCBs, build it up yourself, and it is a VT100 terminal emulator. There's a system, if you're into Commodore 64s, there's something called the BMC 64. It's basically Commodore 64 on a Pi. What makes this really kind of cool is that if you can get yourself a broken Commodore 64, gut it. It's a nice the maker of this has a nice instruction rundown on how to install that BMC 64 in an original Commodore case using the original keyboard. So it's about as close as you can get to the original without using modern electronics. If you're into the mini scene and you're interested in building things, there's the PyDP series. There's PyDP 1, 8, 10, 11. These systems are great. They're sold as kits. Everything comes with it. Builds out a really beautiful replica and runs and functions exactly like the original with using a Raspberry Pi as the hardware behind it. All sorts of things you can do with this. All sorts of great ways to attach things to it because it's that Raspberry Pi. IMSI, if you're into the IMSI computer world, which you may recognize from War Games movie, this group called the High Nibble, this guy has built a beautiful IMSI replica. It's absolutely gorgeous. I have one of these. It's still in kit form. I have not gotten around to building it. But again, it's just a wonderful alternative to purchasing a hard to find these systems. If you wanted to buy one of these systems, I've seen complete ones go for as much as $10,000, and that is not in my price range. If you don't want to have hardware, you can find a variety of different things for emulation. There's Apple II, there's mini VMac for the old earlier Macs, Atari 800 emulators, Vice for Commodore 64s. If you're just into playing classic games, then there's Play Classic Games. If you're into the Apple platform, the 2E, 2 Plus, 2C platform, Virtual 2 is fabulous. Give the guy the 15 bucks or whatever it is that he's charging nowadays for the software. Awesome piece of equipment. OpenEMU is a great way to emulate game consoles if you just want to play some old school games. To give you a little bit of an example, this is what it looks like. This is what Virtual 2 looks like. And here's how easy it is. So you can it's drag and drop, reboot the system, emulates looking just like an actual Apple II back in the day. And there it was. I was dropping the actual file, disk image file into the system, and these things run just like the originals. Help. You're going to need some help. You're going to need some places to learn. YouTube, your best friend. Best ones out there that I found: Adrian's Digital Basement, Tech Tangents. Tech Tangents this guy is awesome. If you're not already following Shelby, I strongly recommend you do. He is an amazing dude when it comes to, he finds some of the most obscure things out there. It's awesome. He does both micro and mini computer system restorations. Going back to Adrian's Digital Basement, that is probably the number one site that I use for information. Retro Hack Shack, also a great site. What Ken Making, a great site. Ben Eater, he does a lot of electronics education, and you can actually build a 6502 computer following his stuff online. Great instructions. If you want to bolster that learning of electronics, I can't recommend Ben enough for that learning. Apple Fritter is an Apple. They cover more platforms than Apple, but it is intentionally very Apple focused. But it is a forum out there that is just absolutely fantastic. The people on there are just absolutely awesome people, just great folks, incredibly helpful. I have had so much assistance learning, and even just folks will mail stuff each other back and forth in order to help each other with maybe extra PCBs they have, or writing some software to something that they can't. Maybe they need an original disk of something and they can't produce it. People just have been fabulous friends. Oldcrap.org. There's also a lot of good information out there. But it's all over. I'm not going to insult you guys and tell you how to Google stuff, obviously. But these are just some of the platforms within on the internet, and specifically within YouTube, that I have found to be the most helpful and the most worthy of time spent. And also, coming soon, as soon as I get off my butt and actually get it going, Memories of Neon. This is going to be my restoration channel. I'm going to be building out a restoration channel myself in the likes of the other ones that I just talked about, talking about the things that I'm doing, more of the specifics about drilling down into how am I handling certain types of faults, how am I handling certain types of repairs and such. So that will be out on my YouTube channel once I get finished getting everything set up. So hopefully, maybe some of you guys will find it interesting enough to come out and check out that channel. There are tons and tons of books out there. These are just a selection of some of my favorites. I absolutely found them invaluable in learning how the systems work when it came to doing troubleshooting and repairs. And I would strongly recommend, if you're doing Apple work, this Apple II reference manual, invaluable. Any of the Sam's books, if you're familiar with those, there was an old series of books that were out back in the 80s, 90s, and such. That's when they got their start. Those books tear down into the systems into very low level understanding of the system, and that's incredibly helpful when you start troubleshooting circuits. If you're interested in a little, again, back to that historical aspect, this PDP 8E book, this Small Computer Handbook, all these, by the way, are available for free on archive.org. They're all PDF versions that are out there, so there's no need to go out and spend any money on these unless you want to collect these as well. Then you're going to need more space. So, but this Small Computer Handbook is the book that Steve Wozniak read as a young teenager, first learning his way into the computer world before he built the Apple I. So with that, I'm going to ask if the proctors in the room or anybody, if they want to see if there's any questions from folks.
Absolutely. We have like 3 minutes for questions. If anybody has any, just shout them out and I'll repeat them. Anybody?
It's okay.
Awesome.
It's all right. So here's my contact info. It's stargeezerlabs@gmail.com. So my hacker handle is Stargeezer. And I hope you guys have a really great con. I'm really sad that I wasn't able to join you guys. I helped Russ build. I helped make the badges for the first JawnCon way back when 3 years ago. Way back 3 years ago. So I was hoping this year would be the year I'd make it there, but sadly enough, no. There's always next year. But if anybody wants to drop me a line, there's the email address, and don't spam me. Don't register me for stupid things. And once the Memories of Neon is up online, please feel free to join. Thanks, folks. Thanks for your time and attention. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Do you want to just send to the slide?
Okay. Well, thanks for attending this talk. I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Cheyenne. I work as a software engineer at a company called Canonical, even though I'm not currently sort of working as a security engineer. I have in the past worked on systems for security, and recently I have been sort of dealing with a lot of security compliance sort of things in the projects that I work with. And so what I work with is creating managed services for like popular solutions like databases, orchestrators, and things of that nature. So you can just use this solution that we're building to run whatever you need and keep it running. So one of the things that I have been thinking quite a bit about lately is just a generic sort of thing. Why do a lot of processes sort of take security or any other sort of thing that you care about into consideration after the design? And so this sort of talk is going to present this idea of, well, we'll just sort of go with the conclusion first, is that, we want to, if there's something that we generally care about when we're building, it's not related to software, or it's just a sort of a generic sort of conclusion, that we should incorporate it into the process. And so what I'll do is I'll be talking about a bunch of ways that this can be done. In particular, there are a number of various sort of case studies we'll sort of take a look at. We'll try to see various like examples of not taking security into consideration when designing fundamental systems and how things played out afterwards. And so, yeah, that's the agenda. I think this is sort of an interesting quote I ran into recently, is Bill Gates saying in 2002 that Microsoft is more of a testing and a quality software organization rather than like a software organization. Can we?
What happened?
There's no slides. Oh, that's. Can we?
Were they up before? Oh, I guess. Remember when I said don't touch that thing?
Maybe it's a PC. Yeah.
So I see the slides here.
Yeah, the slides are showing there, which I assumed meant we were good. Or HDMI, it has to be HDMI.
No, I think. Well, yeah.
Are you familiar with this, Dave?
Somewhat, but I'm probably going to ask Phil,
Yeah.
which,
Sorry about that. I have it on my screen. Works on my machine. Works on my
better
machine.
possibility.
So the last time I presented here, I was going to do a live demo,
Yeah.
and I was going to like
Just trying to see if that works.
use the internet to like download a bunch of stuff and show one of the things that I was working on at the time, and I realized that the network has a firewall that it doesn't allow you to install whatever you want, even on your machine. So this time I didn't have any demos,
Okay,
but
yeah.
I feel like
Yeah,
Do you
the
need
slides
that
are on
now,
video.
or is that?
can we? Yeah, it would be nice if we can
Check, but yeah.
show it.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Oh, Phil saw my message. Let's see what he says. Oh, I think I know what it is. Might be here.
But it's presenting. This is what's. This
I know.
will take from anywhere. I don't think you need to change this.
He's typing.
Try something. Good
Yeah.
old
Plug in.
Plug it back in again. Is it
Go.
It's on.
It shows on the screen, but not on the projector. The projector is just dark. Which lens?
It's illuminated. When you look through the lens, it's illuminated.
Blue. And there is some light coming out of the projector. Yeah, 2 in 1. Yeah, the second try. We tried a few things. Right now it's set to laptop HDMI, but PC also didn't work. To get the PC from the Koji. Okay. See you in a bit. Phil's gonna be here.
These remotes for that? I don't want to touch
Nope.
anything more.
That's for.
I don't mind if you all turn off.
I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna shut down the system.
There's a cooldown because you don't want to turn projectors on and off for people to look at. Was that we get That's what. So was it like working and it cut out, or did it just not work at all?
It wasn't. I think so. Early on,
I click share.
press.
Yeah.
Yeah, press. Everything's changed. Spaceballs, but you've seen Spaceballs. That's efficiency issue.
Spaceballs? Do you know the scene I'm talking about in Spaceballs?
When I'm watching the video, is that now? No, now it's now.
Yes, exactly. No. I'm glad you're here because he hasn't seen it yet. He can appreciate that moment.
No, just all Millbrooks.
Yes.
They've gone plaid!
Yes.
No, there we go.
No. So
That's not good. That's not good.
We'll not have the stream if we do it.
Just make it
It's a Heisenberg thing.
Okay.
Oh, now it's working.
You got it.
Is the stream working? Cool. Okay. Well, thanks for flagging that. It would have been disastrous if we went down like 5 more minutes. Thought that there was a presentation. Okay.
But the live stream's black now.
Okay, so the live stream black now.
There's no way.
Oh,
It's like a 20-second noise.
Okay.
Okay. So this was something I ran into recently, like Bill Gates mentioning in 2002 that Microsoft was more of like a testing organization rather than like a software organization. If you think about how long it took them to realize that they're spending a lot more effort testing than building. Microsoft was founded in '75, and it took them 25 years, 27 years to make that statement. It kind of makes sense. Like if you don't focus on quality from the get-go, then you're going to have a lot of debt, and you're going to have to pay that down. The other thing is, another example is null pointer exceptions in programming languages. This is like another quote that I ran into. Tony is like a Turing Award winner. I guess it's like the highest award people get for like computer science sort of research, but he calls it $1 billion mistake. Kind of funny that just the invention of the null reference in programming languages caused so much pain down the road, and it was kind of interesting that I highlighted it down here that he said that he couldn't resist the temptation to put in a null reference just because it was so easy to implement. And in the moment, it's easy to make that decision, but if you don't really think about what effect your decisions have or your design has, then it can cause a lot of pain. I often like joke about how if I always wonder like why it's so common in software that there's so many issues and incidents. If you think about like comparing it to like say civil engineering, it's a completely sort of different field. In software, you can iterate quickly, you can release without people realizing that things have been updated, you can release an initial version and keep updating. You can't do that with bridges. So if you think about that, like, I think it's a different sort of mindset with software. But I think the fundamental problem is that we have developed software that has various functional bugs. The solution is very simple to test your software for the ensured expected functionality. If it's a functional bug, you can initially do it manually, but nowadays there's so much in, sort of innovation in like automated systems, which we'll even cover one of the platforms later on. So you can also very easily create an automated suite, which kind of makes it easier to do this periodically. Every time you make a change, you test what you want or what you care about, and it just becomes part of the process. And this sort of helps you make sure you're caring about various things and make sure that every time you change stuff, it doesn't break things. This can be applied with security, with compatibility, with integration, performance, concurrency. There's so many different dimensions that you can introduce automated processes so that you don't come to it afterwards. So again, this is, I think the other thing is that when you consider when you might have the best information about, let's say you want to create documentation about how people might use your product, as you're building it, you're more aware of sort of limitations your product has, the sort of problems or challenges you're running into as you're building it. And that context is the freshest when you're in this zone. If you come to, I've seen a lot of teams write documentation for users after they've already built the thing that they want to document. And when you do so, like, you don't have that context. You're not. You have to like build up the context of what sort of challenges people might have, why certain decisions were made, and it kind of is like a common sense kind of thing that it might make sense to do this while you're in the development phase. So yeah, let's just like dive into some various case studies. So like, I work for Canonical. It's a company that is like popular for supporting Ubuntu, if you're familiar with Ubuntu. So I think one of the very clear examples of limitations is when we talk about packaging in Linux. So Ubuntu is a Debian-based operating system. Debian is a distribution mechanism that was introduced in the 90s. It's still like going strong today, but I think one of the things that it enabled people to do was it allowed people to create any sort of software and then have a very easy way to distribute it in Linux machines. You can have communities that maintain a certain package, and not only is it like limited to people who have these sort of resources, but it allowed individual or independent developers to distribute their software very easily. So what is a Debian package? It's basically this like standard format for like defining what your software does. So it's like basic, these are the components, there are 3 components to a Debian package. It's a file, it has a file with like a version, information about what your package version is and what it does. There's a control archive which has like various scripts and information for how your package, that might be necessary to the lifecycle of your package. So things like scripts that can be run before installation, after installation, before removal, after removal, some sort of hash of your package to make sure that it's not corrupted when it's downloaded and installed, some sort of configurations for your software. This is really cool because now you're starting to think about, this allows people to introduce quality checks and various sort of customizations for like when you download and before you start up. So like if you're downloading a database, through a Debian package, you can set up the database, set up all the things that need to be done manually. It's sort of providing a mechanism to do this, and obviously the actual installable files. So this is great for describing what's in your package. It's great for being able to figure out what you can do when it's being installed or when it's being removed. You can do some cleanup if you want. But this was like, I think, a very big sort of system or innovation at the time. It enabled people to build various Linux systems. But I think at the time, they didn't realize that once you install your package, it can do things with your system, and there's no sort of way to manage what your package is doing. So if you install like some sort of corrupted or malware, some package with malware, it can go and like wreak havoc in your system. It can change files in various places. You can access your network, your file system. It can access your camera, and there's no like there was no thought put into what your package will do. They solved the distribution problem, but not sort of figuring out how the package can be managed. So that was a very like big shortcoming. So what have people done since then? So Snaps is like a distribution mechanism in Ubuntu. There's an equivalent thing called Flatpak for Red Hat, and these are like cross platform solutions. So what are Snaps? They're basically the next iteration of Debian packages. They're universal application packages. They can be installed in any Linux environment. And the nice thing is, when you install the Snap, you're also installing all of its dependencies. So now this is like can be a drawback, because now you can have a lot of duplicated dependencies. If you have Snap A and Snap B, they both use the same dependency package or library. They both have their own versions, but there's a way around that. You can create like sort of a hierarchical thing that Debian packages do. We can introduce that in Snap, and there's like a way to do that. But I think the biggest thing that the mindset shift here is that they introduced containerization into these Snaps. So I think this has been possible because of various innovations in Linux. Things like namespaces, that if you're familiar with containerization technology like Docker, they use namespaces. And so I think that enabled people to build something like Snaps that will allow you to like enforce this containerization. But what does a Snap introduce that a Debian package doesn't, is that it has a way to either allow the developer to define, and also the installer to define and enforce white lists or black lists of things that your Snap can do. So what are these things you can allow or deny? Like things like access to like your network, access to various files, access to your camera, speaker. There's a lot of various interfaces and permissions defined that your Snap is allowed to access requests to. So by default, you can have your Snap that's completely containerized. It will see files. It will work transparently. It will be able to modify files and reference them in Linux transparently like it is on the host system. But those files that it creates and writes are completely isolated from all the other files from all the other Snaps. This is really nice because now it's allowing people to design stuff in a secure way. It's allowing people to express what it needs. You're allowed to monitor what your Snaps are doing. You're allowed to, when you clean or when you remove it, it's very easy to clean up. It cannot change files that it doesn't have access to, for example. So this is a really nice sort of thing that maybe if you had thought of like security as a concern when you're building Debian packages, then you might have been able to introduce something like this, or add these mechanisms. But because like Debian packages are so widely adopted, it's so hard to change things in Debian or the way Debian packages work. So you have to introduce something new. You have to get buy-in, and there's always friction. So like I think I remember there was a lot of people yelling about Snaps when they were first launched in Ubuntu. A lot of people really disliked things like you should. They thought that some major complaints were it goes against the principle of open source. It goes against because the snaps, the store where snaps can be installed from, are hosted by a company, Canonical. People didn't like the fact that it wasn't something that the community had access to, even though Canonical is taking on the burden of maintaining this, and there's no sort of restrictions on who can upload snaps, but people didn't like the idea of it being dependent on an org. There are other sort of things. So I think this is just, there were a lot of complaints, but this is just to illustrate that every time you introduce a new sort of paradigm, people are going to have resistance to it. It's going to be hard to get people to adopt, even though it's so much better. People might not know about snaps, and so it's so hard for things to be improved. And there's another case that he will come back to, I think, with broader implications than packaging that has the same pattern. Another thing, I worked for a while with MySQL, and so MySQL configurations, it's kind of a generic sort of thing. You're building software, you want to allow people to configure it whatever way they want. I think that's that abstraction layer allows people to build generic or widespread solutions. And so MySQL is a very popular database. I think Oracle and MySQL can be grouped together. This is like one of one of the orgs that try to measure how popular a database is depending on like use, community, conversation, how many people are maintaining it. They came up with this sort of ranking, and it kind of, it's not like an absolute thing, but it kind of displays that MySQL is a very popular database. So now let's take a look at how many versions there are. It's hard to know what version of the database people are running, but there have been polls and studies done to sort of that you can extrapolate into trying to figure out how many clusters of MySQL version 8.4, 8.0, 5.7, 5.6 are out there running. And you will notice that even though people say that MySQL 5, which hasn't been supported for a really long time, and it's kind of considered legacy at this point, there's so many clusters out there. This is, I can sort of anecdotally say that this is kind of accurate. Speaking to people who manage databases for large organizations, it's really hard for people to upgrade databases in particular, but also upgrading is such a pain because with something like a database, when you're upgrading, it means you might have a maintenance window, which means you might not have the access to the database, which could have real business impact. So we'll come back to this. Just keep in mind, like, you know, there's a lot of databases that run older versions of MySQL. So now, why is this relevant? Why are we talking about this? It's because, okay, so let's look at the number of configurations. MySQL 5, MySQL 8, around the same number of configurations that you can use to configure the database, right? Now, why is this interesting? So now you have configurations. Configurations can have default values. You don't want someone installing MySQL to go and, you know, add values for 500 configurations, right? You want to encapsulate expertise into these defaults. It's kind of like a very simple thing. Like you want these configurations to be, you would expect that they make sense, right? Like in what way? You want them to be like, your default values to be secure by default, right? You don't want someone to install something and then, like, if there's a TLS configuration that encrypts things, you expect that to be set, but that wasn't the case until 5.7. I don't know why it took them so long to come up with this realization. Probably a lot of horror stories and like complaints about configuration and the problem of figuring out what a secure configuration is. But yeah, 5.7 was released last release was in 2018, and there's still a lot of clusters out there that are using 5.7 and older. So now this is an example of like a very simple sort of thing that could have been done from the get-go, which would have been avoided. And coming back to it, like, you know, there's like about half of the clusters out there may not have default secure configurations, and that's a problem. And I guess this is, again, another sort of thing that it's really hard for you to come back and develop best practices after you release something and have people adopt it. afterwards. Another thing, another sort of case study, I think this is a kind of a scary one. There's this one there's a protocol called BGP, Border Gateway Protocol. It is, I think, the backbone of internet networks. What is BGP? So I guess some background. Here we have like three, let's call them clouds here. What is represented by clouds? These are autonomous systems. This is like an autonomous system is a collection of a number of machines that are connected through like various either local internet or wide internet. Simply said, these are machines that are part of the same network. For example, you can have a company that has its own internal network. You can have an internet service provider that maintains autonomous systems, right? For example, Verizon might have their own autonomous system. Comcast might have their own. And this is great, but I have my machine here, here in the Arcadia network. I want to go to google.com. I want to go to their site, get some files from their server. How does my machine know where Google is? Google's IP addresses might change, and you don't want it to be tied to a specific location. So the BGP protocol allows various disparate autonomous systems to advertise where a certain IP address is, right? Or how to get to that. Basically, like you have Google in AS2, it advertises its IP address, and that allows someone in AS1 to be able to route its packet to Google through like these advertisements for BGP are like a way to allow dynamically determining how to get your packet from your machine to Google. So it will go through a number of machines along the way. It goes to the first machine that then looks up what the best way to get to Google's IP address is. There's external BGP and internal BGP. iBGP is internal to the AS, the autonomous system. So that's something you can have a lot more control over, but it can also be used to advertise your routes outside of your control. Now, okay, I guess that's cool, but let's talk about how and when this was sort of developed. It was developed in '89. I guess I pulled this like sort of thing. I want to highlight a couple of things. I think, again, how did I think of BGP? It was written on the back of some napkins, and then they developed a specification around that. But like, it's a pretty old protocol. I think, there have not been a lot of recent updates. Like 2006 is the latest version of like BGP that was proposed, and it is literally used for a lot of networks. All the networks use BGP. There's obviously there have been ways you can have. There's something called IXP. I'm not going to get into that. But there's ways to avoid BGP, but this is like the backbone of networking. And so, what's the problem? When you have something like you're able to like advertise that you own some sort of IP address, you own the path to getting all those networks here. You would assume that there's some sort of authentication. So like, I shouldn't be able to say I'm Google, right? I shouldn't be able to say I know how to get to Google's machines. That if you want to go to Google's machines, the best way to go through is through me. You would expect there to be some sort of authentication, some sort of validation. Guess what? There isn't. There's a version of BGP that's called Secure BGP, where you can have more like you can do this authentication, but not a lot of people use it because it's an overhead. It's hard to also get people to adopt this, right? You have to get people to adopt it, and this can be very easily misused or abused to like maybe say, okay, I'm Google, or if you want to go through Google, you want to get to Google. I have the best way to get through Google. Everyone's now going to start routing all of their Google traffic to you, and you can just drop everything. Google will never get your traffic, or you can do you can be clever about like distributed denial of service attacks, where you can orchestrate a lot of people sending traffic to a target that you want to bring down. So now let's look at some examples of how people have misused or abused BGP. This is like a popular one in 2008. Pakistan Telecom said their YouTube. So now YouTube, everyone now starts routing their YouTube traffic to Pakistan Telecom. It took some time for YouTube to realize there's something wrong, and then some more time to devise a way to correct this. Now it's like you have to figure out a way to, correct this sort of advertisement and propagation of incorrect entries across the network. The way they did it is they specified a more specific path, like more specific IP address range, and that required an understanding of how BGP works at a fundamental level, but it wasn't a permanent thing. Like someone could have still kept abusing this, and this is just one example. The other one is man in the middle. I think is a pretty popular sort of thing when it comes to networks. It's like having someone in the middle of like a chain of like communication that is now sort of spying on your traffic. And there was this example of Belarus now sort of abusing BGP to now like route traffic from Guadalajara to Washington DC through Belarus, and now they're spying on all that traffic there. Now this can be kind of scary because now they were able to gather all this sort of credit card information, and obviously you can encrypt data through this, but that's not, just because you can encrypt your data doesn't mean that that encrypted data cannot be broken, so that's something to be aware of. Another example is China Telecom sort of leaking Verizon routes. All of Verizon traffic from Washington DC or like LA to DC had to go through China. It's kind of interesting, like a lot of these are like national sort of entities sort of abusing this. I think you might say, okay, this might be like foreign entities sort of taking advantage of this, but NSA also did this, where I think I don't know when it was. I think about over a decade ago, Snowden had a bunch of leaks. Snowden was an employee at NSA. He went and like whistle blew, and one of the things that he leaked was that the NSA was using BGP vulnerabilities to now capture all traffic within the U.S. And monitor. Like China is using BGP in various ways to create a firewall. So not only are they intercepting foreign traffic, but they're also now using this as a means to control what its population can access and what it cannot access. If you're actually, if this sounds interesting, I would highly recommend researching Great Firewall of China. This is like, they have this like crazy like sort of system in place that kind of looks at what traffic is going through their network in and out, or external and internal, and being able to monitor it. And it's kind of interesting how people are using techniques to try to figure out how this firewall of theirs works. But again, Russia uses this sort of BGP vulnerabilities to monitor or surveil traffic in conflict zones. In the Ukraine war, this is something that they're actively using. So again, this is another example of like an issue. And again, it's going to be, even if we come up with a secure way to address this issue, a lot of national entities are probably going to be against adopting secure practices here. So another sort of crazy thing. So those are like examples at a very broad level. Let's kind of go through like one case. I want to make sure I have enough time. Yeah, I think we have about 20 minutes. So I've been recently working with something called workflow orchestrators. What are orchestrators? They're basically technology. It's a solution that will help. Let's see if I have it yet. They'll basically abstract very common best practices, like something like scheduling. If you want something to be run periodically, it's really difficult to come up with like a generic solution to scheduling. You can think about things like, how your computer figures out its time, how if there's like clock drift across a distributed system, you might schedule something that might not be, if you have two machines that have different views of what their time is, you might have issues with how things are getting scheduled, and if you have expectance of like things running at a certain time, this can be a very hard problem to solve. Things like retries, if you have something running, if you have a job running and you want it to be retried and monitored, you want to be able to see what is going on in that job, you want to get logs, you want to see whether it finished. This is like a generic problem. You want to be able to just express, I want this job to run after this job, and then like this job triggers this 2 other jobs. This sort of dependency thing is becoming like a common sort of thing recently. People who build any sort of data systems use these sort of orchestrators and have a need to solve these problems. It's become very popular with like data processing systems. Any company that has to process data sort of from various different sources and sort of collate all that data into a single view and then gain insights from it, kind of use these orchestrators. The main thing from a security standpoint, if you think about it, is that you want to allow people to run arbitrary user code in this orchestrator. You don't want to control what code is running in the system. You want to allow the flexibility for people to develop their own. Like, this is because a lot of orgs that use this have a different team that's maintaining the uptime of your solution or your servers or your software, and the teams that are using it are in different orgs, maybe in different teams, and you want to allow the ability to extend your platform. So I think one of the biggest ones, well, we'll come back to Temporal. I think Temporal is a new one. I wish I had taken a screenshot of what their UI looks like. Maybe I'll just pull it up in a second. Just to give you an idea of what you can do with Temporal. But again, there's also Airflow. Have you guys heard of these technologies? Yeah, so I think I'll be talking about some specific stuff about Airflow and Temporal. But the idea is that you'll have in Temporal, for example, we'll switch back and forth these slides so I can illustrate various concerns I have with Airflow. So Airflow was like, I think, the first of its, it was the first one in this popular solution in the space. It was becoming popular. It's been very young comparatively. Like, it's been around for about 10, 12 years. It was the one that triggered a lot of teams to now. It's not only being used for data processing, but I'm starting to see it being used for, like, for example, I think I read that Duolingo is now using Airflow to automate how they generate content with the introduction of AI and like large language models. They're able to have AI generate content and have people validate that content, and then even have automated sort of integrations into their graphics and voice generation to create podcasts or like exercises in their platform. They're using Airflow for that. So we're starting to see it being used in more various in generic ways to orchestrate things. So Temporal is a new one. It's gaining a lot of popularity in the past, I think, 3-4 years. What Temporal has is you'll see like there are things that Airflow struggled with that Temporal addressed because it came after, and I'll highlight some of these. But here, the components in blue are what we call the temporal server. These the server is basically the one orchestrating things. They made this distinct division between what is running on temporal, where user code is running. So everything in green is where all the applications are, and that's where user code runs. So they're basically limiting where user code is running. This might seem like a very obvious thing to do, but when Airflow was built, that wasn't the case. There are all these, again, first thing you notice is that Airflow has a lot of different components. It's kind of hard to reason about what a schedule, well, schedule kind of makes sense, but what's a DAC processor, what's a trigger, what's a worker, what's a web server, what is responsible for what? Is there any sort of intercommunication happening? Is there like shared concerns across various components? I think this is where Temporal learned from Airflow, so they just have one server. And the thing about Airflow 2 was that your user code is run in every single, is not only downloaded and it's also like parsed and loaded into the runtime in every single one of these components. So you can, now you have to, and all of these components can access the database, not only for like storing their own data, but also accessing the Airflow data, which can, database, which is what Airflow uses to like make sure that it has a unified view, it has all the metadata about what is being orchestrated. So you can have a user write a script that's loaded into every one of these components. That script can go and change in what order scripts are run, and this makes it a lot easier for people to like, once they infiltrate your system, to change things up and avoid detection, change expected behavior. Maybe would be very easy to like introduce something like ransomware, where you want to now lock people out and make adjustments to the system itself, not just what you have access to. That's kind of something that Airflow very quickly realized, and so this year they released 3.0, and now they're like trying to go back to what Temporal did. They're trying to like, here you can think of a line to right down the middle. All the server-related components are segregated from all the client-related components. They're trying to say that anything that has user code cannot access the metadata database, and user code that wants to interact with the Airflow system needs some sort of validation. But it's obviously version 3. There are a lot of systems out there using version 2. Now they have to figure out how to get up to this. And it's not perfect, like it's an ongoing thing. Like you can notice that like 2 components should be reaching out to the API server, but they have an in-process API server. So they had to introduce hacks to be able to get to what they desired faster. And this means that everyone who's using Airflow is now wondering whether they should move on to Temporal, something else, or they should continue using Airflow. So that's what's sort of prompting them to release as fast as they can. But it doesn't really solve the problem of 5 different systems compared to Temporal. It's just one server, right? I've been sort of actively been working on the internals of Airflow recently, and you can make assumptions of what each component is doing. And if you read about if you look at the documentation, it's not very detailed. But you read about what maybe say the DAG process is supposed to be doing. It takes your DAG files or your Python scripts and processes them to get metadata about trying to figure out this script should run after this script, right? You would have some assumptions of what it's able to do and what it's not able to do based on what you're reading. But obviously, it's not the truth. It's not the reality. There's a lot of things that for example, the scheduler cleans up scripts that are not run. You would expect the DAG processor to be the only place that scripts are parsed, and this dependency tree of what script should run after what script is being generated. Obviously, that's not the case. So when you start out with like you start out building stuff, it's so hard to come back to best practices. You might identify that Temporal is doing this in a better way. Airflow knew that 2-3 years ago. Last year is when they decided they wanted to release Airflow 3. In a year of like frantic, like sort of desperate effort from the community and the company sort of backing Airflow, they were able to release Airflow 3, but it's still a partial solution. To fully address and clean up things, it will take them a couple more years. And that's not to like sort of, that's only to get to a place where Temporal already addresses these concerns. What about all the things that Temporal will develop in the next 3 years? They're going to have to like sort of react to that too. So now it becomes really hard to address shortcomings that might be identified. I can talk about a lot more. I can give a lot more examples of how Temporal is addressing things that Airflow hasn't even started. Like Temporal has this concept of, okay, you have one team that have their own sort of things they're orchestrating, maybe another team has something else that they're orchestrating, and you want them to be separate. You don't want one script for one team to be able to access not only data, but the script runs for the other team. So Temporal introduced something called a namespace, which is basically a logical isolation, so that you can control what users have access to per namespace. You can control what is being run in each namespace. So you can define, you can easily sort of expand that to how it can work in like large organizations, right? Like you can isolate different teams and they can use the same sort of system, but in an isolated way, in a way that they think that they're the only ones using the system. Airflow doesn't have that. You think about like companies like Duolingo, they have a lot of different teams. They might have workflows that are internal processes, workflows that are external processes, workflows that may include like the community. And now the only way that they can get that logical isolation is by having multiple clusters. And now that means like instead of one sort of system to maintain, your operations team has to like maintain and take care of like 3, 4, 5. An issue in one system, a security bug that you need to patch in one system, needs to be done 3, 4, 5 places. So that's an issue that I think Airflow hasn't even attempted to address because there are fundamental issues with like security concerns that they're still trying to address. So again, this is like an example of like, okay, so if you're the first one to market, you don't have the luxury to think about a fully fledged, robust solution. You're more concerned about getting people adopting your solution. You're more concerned about getting the advantage of being the first in the market. Later, sort of subsequent solutions have the advantage of learning from your mistakes and how people use your solution. It kind of is telling that a lot of major orgs are still using Airflow 3, and Temporal is still like, even though it addresses all these concerns, it's still having trouble sort of gaining traction. So that's kind of still not the end of the world. Like Airflow still has the ability to address these issues and still maintain its user base, but obviously a new company, a new product that wants to evaluate what orchestrator to use, they might go with Temporal over Airflow. So again, these are not like the issues that Airflow 2 had were very fundamental. Like it's not something new. It's as simple as like, okay, anything that the user code, any sort of component that the user will have access to, you don't want it to have access to the system, right? You don't want it to have to access to like how Airflow is orchestrating things. You want to have that separation. It's not a new revolutionary concept. It's just that Airflow didn't focus on this when they were building Airflow, and now they're spending a lot of effort and money to rectify that. So this is, I think, an example of like how if you define. Okay, so I guess this is a lot of doom and gloom in this sort of talk. I'm a very cynical, pessimistic person myself, so I think I can live with that. But like, you might not share my view on that. So like, what can we do? I think it's a very simple sort of thing. I guess you would need to define before you build anything, like what is important to you, what do you care about? And I think I'm starting to see a lot of development teams sort of now having a way to define what values their product has, not only software but even like hardware or like other products out there. People are starting to spend more time designing and defining what they care about. And once you can do that, like if you've ever talked to a pilot before they take off any flight, they have this checklist, right? It's very easy to forget things, but when you write them down and create this checklist, pilots need to go through this checklist and double check everything is up to standards. And even if one of these fails, they'll abort the flight. And this is a very reassuring thing to me, like taking an airplane. I'm a very pessimistic person anyway. But it's nice to know that there's a standard. There are people talking about what is necessary before a flight takes off. I don't know why we don't have more of this in what different like engineering fields. I think if it works for pilots, it should work for us. I think for like the teams that I've been recently working with, I've been an advocate for like defining processes. I think a lot of engineers sort of enjoy being down in the weeds, talking technical stuff, but not thinking about what their users are going to use their stuff for. They're more concerned with like implementation details and not usage details. They're more concerned about how technical challenges, but not ways people can take advantage of it, or it's more about code rather than what they're building and enabling people to do. And you might say that's what project managers are for, but there's some things that even engineers can adopt common sense and sort of define what they want to care for, like testing. Like going back to Microsoft realizing that they're spending a lot of time testing. There's a pretty popular paradigm called test-driven development, which basically is the idea that you write your tests first before you develop anything. And you don't do it once, you do it iteratively. Why don't we have documentation-driven development? Why aren't we sort of defining how users will use your product before we build it? Why aren't we doing security? Why aren't we incorporating this into processes? Why aren't, for every sort of big feature we release, why aren't we incorporating these things? I think a lot of teams don't do it. I think I've seen a lot of teams starting to adopt this, but it's not a formalized thing, right? It's like, do you want to do this all at once at the end? Or you want to do a security audit at the end, or do you want to do it at regular intervals? It might be like, there was a very popular sort of meme recently where like, there were people talking about, do you want to fight one gorilla-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized gorillas? I think it's a similar sort of thing. Do you want to test the system at once and have a huge sort of thing to test, or do you want to break it down? Obviously, you want to, you don't want to like do this too often, right? Documenting very often can take away time that you could be spending implementing, but I think there needs to be more awareness around defining what you care about and actually developing processes where you invest time in ensuring what you care about. And yeah, that was it from me. I am happy to answer questions and happy to discuss anything you might want to. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone resonate with what I said? I often don't know if I'm being honest. I have to like measure how cynical I am. I think I've toned it down right now, but like very doom and gloom, yeah.
There's someone trying to develop security for a CI/CD pipeline right now. Very deeply serious.
My community is just TBD for everything, and it's when you get new engineers, it can be a hard sell to them. But once you're used to it, like you can't imagine going back.
Yeah.
And we tried processes where we do things like start with documentation. It's a much harder. Mapping is not as clear, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can start with documentation. That's good. And you can end up with like APIs out of that, and then you can write tests for APIs.
Yeah.
But like, and then AI changes so much in workflows and in how managers think things should go. It's interesting because like I have not found that they're great at TBD. Mm-hmm. But like I'm so used to TBD that I find it very frustrating sometimes. I'm like and like you're like yelling at your stupid code assistant like where's my test? Like you didn't write this first.
Yeah.
Like because like there is something incredibly satisfying and reassuring writing your tests, having them all red and they just go green back one by one. And if you've written your tests properly, when they're all green, you're done.
Yeah. The other thing is like I saw like a lot of companies having various like QA departments and the development departments. I'm not a big fan of that. I think that it's okay to have a dedicated team that's focused on doing QA, but when you create like divides where you're saying okay, you're responsible for testing and you're responsible for development, then people are not going to think about testing as developing, right? Being aware of what is being done and being aware of what you can do to make things easier, being aware of like documentation as you're developing, allows you to have, forces you to think about how users are going to use your software. You're not talking about like details, you're thinking about users as well. So
I've always said, like, I would much prefer the company to dedicate resources towards engineers for making testing infrastructure than QA.
yeah.
Right? Like, and there's obviously some need for QA, especially like things that are hard to create automated tests for. But I would much rather have people who are working on frameworks for us to be able to test.
No, that's what I meant by like having a different team that's focused on testing, but being aware of that pain makes you more empathetic to people actually having to test your stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And this is not just testing related, right? It's related to anything you care about, really. Yeah. Sorry, I think you have to hand up.
Yeah. Question for you and Cheyenne, and maybe for the group too. I resonate with the idea that you said a couple times that security it's hard to bolt on after the system's already been designed and fielded, right? And I don't know. I'm curious if anyone has any thoughts on are there any small practices that can make that easier? Because I don't know, we might find ourselves in a scenario here where it's like, well, I can't get an organization to adopt all of these security design best practices from the get-go. We might for several years find ourselves in positions where organizations are just like, hey man, I got to figure this out. It's already fielded. What do I do?
Yeah.
And are there just simple things like, well, if there's like a little, if we just implemented these tasks as brokers instead of like directly calling each other, like then we can implement little, indirection to like potentially help.
You don't have to do everything all at once.
So, yeah, I mean, do you know of any thoughts that kind of make it easier to bolt on after the fact? I know that's hard. I have a couple of thoughts regarding that. So I've been doing a lot of what my team built over the past 2-3 years. We had this like sort of introduction of like being SOC 2 compliant. It's like I guess various different compliances to be able to sell this product to governments or stuff like that. And there are things that like I'm starting to see a lot of teams adopting. One is like there are tools that you can run to, like, for example, there's something called SBOM that's been a new thing. I don't think it's a new idea, but SBOM stands for Software Bill of Materials. Basically, if you've built some software, you want to be able to provide a bill of materials to the user so they can look at everything that your software is going to use. All the system packages, all the other dependency packages it's installing. And this is a pretty good idea because then it allows people to know what their versions are, what metadata about like various packages that your software will rely on. Initially, it was very hard for teams to do this. Like even being aware of SBOM is like a pretty big deal, right? Like you don't have you can like learn about this, but like it means that it's taking away time from implementing and building your solution. Obviously, you can like go and research what security practices there are. But I'm starting to see a lot of people now. SBOM came out it became a pretty big thing a couple of years ago. But I'm starting to see people work on tools that will automate this, that they can include in CI/CD, for example. So every time you like say merge your default branch, it generates the SBOM and publishes it. So being able to automate, I think, has an orchestrated automation has allowed people to define things that can be automated and included in the development process.
So yeah, with SBOM stuff like that, like first of all, just actually going through the process the first time, like you'll be astonished at all the shit your software uses that you don't know about. I mean, especially if you use like NPM or something where like you're like, why is there a package that is true?
Yeah.
Like they're crazy packages people have written and people are using that do one thing that is built into the language or something. But the other, like, there are certain just like mindset things you have to like. So, just like starting with the approach of like zero permissions by default.
Yeah.
So like we use AWS to host our stuff. So basically, like when you start writing a new service, right, it has 0 IAM permissions, and you have to explicitly grant it every permission it needs on just the resources it needs. And if you need more, like you have to justify that, right? Because like you don't need access to this system's files. If you need something from that system, you have to ask that system.
I guess it's similar to like snaps, right? Like in Debian.
Exactly.
Before. Like, I think it's a very common thing to.
Right. Yeah.
Very easy
Yeah.
to, like,
They basically are. It is a container at the end of the day. But yeah. So I mean, but getting used to that, because like as developers, we often start with giving it access. Is like we start with our permissions or whatever, which is like we have access to everything, and then you work backwards to reduce what it needs. But it's much easier. And it also forces you to be much more calculated in your design, because if there's a way to design your system without a permission, right, and you don't have to justify that permission, you do that. But if you don't have that constraint from the start, you might not think about it.
You know, I think a lot of those like business decisions like the problem is that everyone's trying to get features out the door.
100%.
Everyone's developing their own permission set, and then you're trying to use an access handler and compare that.
Yeah, I think they're gonna like start the next talk. But if you guys want to discuss this hallway or whatever, I'm happy to. But
I wasn't sure. I was trying it in a couple different ways. It took me forever to realize that there's stuff up, down, down, because my brain kept going up, down, left, right, left, right. I just tried that. I didn't hit these right. I had to put it in somewhere. It's in the help menu. It just says go home and do that. But you guys here, I'll go to the other one.
Let me see. So that's a yes or that's a terrible idea?
That's a yeah. Good idea.
Good idea. Okay, I will go with
Yeah,
this.
like the only time that I would take it like a smudger or something. You can kind of like press it down because you gotta like finagle the whole first. I would say finagle that one in first, get that one pressed down, then do the other two. That's a lot easier.
Alright, and I
Yeah, fine. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I knocked out the semicolon manual. Oh, that's funny.
These are resin printed markers.
Oh, yeah.
Subtly, I have a subtly racing.
But yes, not like a big deal of it.
This is the Alaska one.
Yes.
Poisonous. Irons on the line.
Yeah.
It's like a person.
Right.
Hey. How you made it? Did Cosmos find you?
Yes.
Oh, good. So that all worked out.
Not awkward.
Not awkward at all. Hey, so sorry I'm late. We're going to a wedding, and so we decided to get dressed beforehand and save time, and that worked out really well. And I'm trying to present from an iPad, which is always a goddamn adventure. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, for those that don't know me, Bruce Potter.
Hi, Bruce.
Hi.
Hi, Bruce. Hi, Bruce.
Good times, everybody. We're just gonna stare at shit. So
Stand in the back of the room if that's okay.
that's totally fine. Where the fuck did my slides go? Oh, I gotta sign in because
I'm doing
Fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Is it up? Nope. Okay, let's go. Magic? Nope. Yeah, it's still an extended screen.
Okay, Bruce, just look up at your leisure.
What?
Hi, Bruce.
Hey.
Are you banana? Oh my fucking god!
So, there's a long-running joke, question mark, that apparently sometimes I try to kill my wife. We were at an event in Scottsdale. Hey, check that shit out. Thank you. The other day, and the resort we were at had lime trees, like a shitload of them. And so I took some limes home because I'm like, free limes. So there was a ton of limes. And so it's a perk, right? It's like the resort fee. Like you get to take the limes home. So I take the limes home. And when we got home, my wife Heidi likes club soda and lime. And so when we were on a Zoom call with a bunch of friends, I made her one and I brought her in. I'm like, oh, this is one of the forbidden limes. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, it's one of the limes from Scottsdale. She's like, is it poisonous? And I was like, it's a fucking lime. Like, no. And then like everyone's Googling, are there poisonous limes? Is it okay to eat wild limes? Like, well, there are technically things that are called limes that are poisonous, but they don't look a goddamn thing like a regular lime. So anyway, so then I brought limes with me to give to you all to prove that I wasn't trying to kill you. And then Tacitus has been nice enough to wear a lime, so this is where the day has started. So.
Are you finding your ICQ number is 4 digits?
No, it was an ellipsis because I just made it up. I couldn't even remember. Like, I didn't know if an ICQ number starting with 2 was even valid. Like, I had no idea. So, and I wasn't going to go look up my old ICQ number. Anyway, so you really don't care who I am. Why am I giving this talk? 2 reasons. One, I've been doing cybersecurity a long time, and I think there's some interesting threads to pull on as far as people, going on in your career and things that you might find interesting and useful. The other is kind of this weird concept that we always say the internet doesn't forget, but it sure as shit seems to forget the important stuff that you want it to remember. So as an example, I grew up in upstate New York, and I put all my shit in a duffel bag when I was 18, and I went to Alaska. My life was changed forever because I just decided to go do that. I had a full ride to Cornell. I could have gone to any school I wanted, and instead I went to state school in Alaska. And as part of that journey, I ended up working for Internet Alaska, which became the largest internet service provider in the state in the mid-90s. And it was very formative for me. I'm going to go through a lot of what IA went through and what the state went through at large. But a few months ago, I was talking to somebody about Internet Alaska, and I went like, oh, there's got to be articles on this. There's got to be someone who's written a thing on the history of the internet to Alaska and that kind of thing. Turns out, no. And in fact, most of the ISPs that existed at the time, there's no evidence of existing at all, right? The people who are at the pointy end of the spear are bringing internet to the state of Alaska. The stories and all of it behind what they did, there was, at best, there's a couple of pages on archive.org that you could stitch together, but it's never been held in a cogent way before. So this is my attempt to try to help the internet remember a little bit. So before I get started, I have a little secret for you all. I can't leave this room, but I wasn't sure if you're aware that Alaska is a big fucking state. Okay, like it is. This is 19 other states shoved inside of Alaska. It is a remarkably large landmass, and there are very few people in it. There are 3 cities, and then a whole bunch of little towns and villages and whatever. Anchorage is not the state capital, but is the largest city in the state by a long shot. Maybe 300,000 people, 400,000, something like that. Anchorage is weird because it's got water and mountains, and that's it. So like when you leave the Anchorage Basin, you just kind of like run out of the city and like life disappears. And then Juneau, the state capital, is down here in the southeast, over here. And you can't get to it by road. You have to take a ferry or a plane. It's the only way to get to Juneau. And then places like Unalaska and Dutch Harbor down here in the Aleutians, fucking Barrows way up at the top, Gnomes hiding out here on the west coast, and they're spread apart by hundreds of miles with no roads, right? And we had to build a network to cover all this. So before we get into the specifics of what we did, I just want to go back in the time machine and talk about the state of the internet in 1990. Okay, in 1989, the first dial-up internet, the world by Software Tool and Die started, and somewhat questionable legality regulatory universe where they allowed connection to the non-commercial internet in '89. They were the first dial-up outside, and they were based outside of Boston. And there was some grumpiness about it, and then quickly the internet got taken over by heathens, so it ended up not mattering. But the world was the first dial-up in 1989. AOL came to be through a series of evolutions around that time. For those that weren't born yet, AOL started out life as like its own little online universe where they had their own services and boards, all these things that you go to. And then as the internet evolved, you would actually click a button to go to the internet, right? Because you would leave AOL's walled garden and you would go off and go to the internet. So UUNet was arguably the first commercial internet service provider providing dedicated circuits to originally ARPANET and NSFNet. And then in the early 90s, the internet started to commercialize and started to allow connections from non-governmental, non-military, non-educational entities. And UUNet was the first provider of services for that. So 1990, not that fucking long ago, the commercial internet really did not exist, right? We were just starting to get people access to a broader worldwide network. At the same time, 1990 in the state of Alaska, you had kind of three competing statewide networks, not competing in the sense that they were taking each other's business, but they were largely running over the same underlying physical infrastructure. You had the Office of Information Technology for the state of Alaska, running all the weird shit that states do. Yeah, the Department of Defense, there's, I don't know if you know, there's big military bases in Alaska, just a few, and DoD made a pretty heavy investment in making sure strategic bombers and other things had nice warm places to be, like Fairbanks. So they've got their own network. And then the University of Alaska system has their own network, largely divvied up between what at the time was University of Alaska Southeast, which is just like a collection of campuses in Southeast Alaska, UAA, which was at the time a 2-year institution in Anchorage, and then UAF, which was the only 4-year institution in the entire state. UAF is known for its Geophysical Institute. There's a lot of people give it a lot of money from oil companies and that kind of thing. So by the time I got there in '93, that is a supercomputing center. We had a Cray YMP and a Cray T3D. They did a lot of like geophysics research, which is really where's all the fucking oil. And but it paid handsomely, and that meant they had a lot of network connection and that kind of thing. Has anyone been to Alaska? Has anyone been outside the cruise ship corridor? Hey, awesome, outstanding. So this down here is like where everyone goes on their cruises, Southeast Alaska. It looks a lot like, I don't know, Seattle, except it's slightly colder. And there's a lot of these little tiny communities around there. University of Alaska Southeast was really like a focal point for community down there. It was a way for people to communicate. Heidi had an account on the UAS Vax when she was like 8 or whatever. And would, yeah, she wrote man pages on the Vax system there in the late 80s. Not to date how old she is, but anyway. So pivotal to our story is this man, Lance Ahern. Lance is one of the co-founders of Internet Alaska. Is really probably the reason that Alaskan Internet took off like it did. I interviewed him as part of this presentation. This is a quote from Lance when I asked him, like, what caused you to get into this? And it was basically, he was a nerd. He was doing tech stuff, working servers and that kind of thing. And he read this report from AT&T that said, like, right now people are connecting up to this network at about 300 baud. In 20 years, it'll be 150 megabits. That's a lot of zeros to add on in a short period of time. He saw the opportunity. He recognized it was something that he could potentially play a role in and make some money at. So he went at it. So he ended up deciding to start an ISP. And we'll get into the mechanics of it specifically, but I want to introduce the players first. He was working on it, and his wife, Tamis, was working at the time, ARCO, which has the tallest building in both Anchorage and the entire goddamn state. It's a 20-story building. By the time I left Internet Alaska, we had a data center up there on the 20th floor. We had the highest computers in the state that weren't airborne. And for some goddamn reason, it wasn't anywhere near a CO, but we got the space, and so we did it. So Lance was standing this thing up, and his wife wanted to help him out. And so she put up flyers at the Arco building, which is now the ConocoPhillips building, and it spent some time as the Bank of America building in between. Put some flyers up and was like, hey, we're standing up a dial-up internet provider. If you're interested, give us a call and we'll put you on the list. It's basically just trying to seed it, see who might be interested in that kind of thing. And then this gentleman, Matt Manhart, he was working at Arco at the time, and he found it. He saw the flyer and he called Lance. And he said, hey, I'm really interested. When do you think you're gonna be online? And Lance is like, I got no fucking idea. I got the dial-up part figured out, but I have to go. Like my DNS server stood up and an authentication server and all this kind of stuff. He's like, I can't figure it out. And Matt's like, coincidentally, that's what I do for Arco. Let me come by and help. So Matt drives over to Lance's house. They hit it off. And next thing you know, they decided to go into business together. Matt quit his job. He actually took a leave of absence. He just never went back. He quit his job. Lance had quit his job. And they decided they were going to start this internet service provider in 1994. Matt's quote is this. Matt was a very silent person. He was the kind of person you just didn't want to disappoint, right? Like he owned all the infrastructure and he was very possessive about it. He was also very opinionated about how to do it. For people that were at the opening remarks when Russ said, has anyone ever edited a SendMail CF file? It turns out, you know what you're not supposed to do? Never fucking edit the CF file, right? It's supposed to be generated through an M4 file through some transformation that occurs. But Matt was a believer like, oh no, we're going to hand edit this CF. And this CF file that we had handled everything that the company did. And we had UUCP. Anyone remember UUCP? Unix to Unix copy. It was an old school way of moving data around. We had UCP to IP customers that were handled through our SendMail CF file for some goddamn reason, and every one was some bespoke entry, and we have like 400 of them. We had like 400 UCP customers. It was insanity. Anyway, Matt was a wonderful dude. He didn't talk that much. He was very technically talented. And if I were to interview him for this would probably just be the pull quote I would use anyway. So before I get any farther, I do want to give a primer on internet networking. Not a primer, because primer is shit you put on the wall. A primer is a thing to help you learn. Sorry. And what movie is that?
Contact.
Contact, right? She actually says it correctly. I'm like, thank God, you know, because every other movie says primer, like they're painters. So we connect to. Yeah, I'm very judgy about that shit. Pronounce your words right, you bastages. So there's a bunch of different ways to connect networks together for the analog to digital connections that we often rely upon. We use things called modems. The modulator demodulator is a thing that takes digital signal, converts it to an analog waveform, or conversely picks up the analog waveform and converts it to digital. It's a transition between two mediums. We have a dial-up modem, a DSL modem, and cable modem. Only one of these is really in wide-scale use today. On the other side, we have digital devices. We have a TSU up top, which is a combination of a CSU and a DSU. It basically handles the configuration as well as the passing of the bits for a T1. And then this is just a rack-mountable DS3 concentrator. So there's a bunch of coaxial circuits on the back that you would haul in for large-scale data transfer. So this becomes important because in the early days of the internet, your equipment selection mattered a bunch as to how successful you were going to be. The story I'm telling you today happened in under 10 years, right? We went from 1990, no dial-up anywhere in the world unless you were in Boston, to pretty common broadband access by 2000, 2001, right? The internet came to be a thing in 10 years. And the equipment selection that your service provider chose and the investments that they made determine how you as a consumer could connect up to their network, right? And in Alaska, which was the land of baling twine and duct tape, I will say people made some fairly interesting decisions. So first of all, modem technology came a long way. In 1990-ish timeframe, we were transitioning from like 9600 baud and 14.4 connections up to 28.8 connections. And then each one of these, I mean, the phone systems, these are all different protocols to transfer data over analog phone lines. Ignoring those two, everything over here just used POTS lines, right? And all we did was get better at math and better at making silicon to shove more bits over exactly the same infrastructure, right? The switch telephone network, it was switch, circuit switch networks, right, were never designed to do what we asked them to do in the 90s. And it was a complete bastardization of the technology that allowed us to send data. It wasn't fast, but non-zero data is better than zero data, and so we got pretty good with it. And so we went through this transition. We went from 14.4 to 28.8, and somebody got super cute and figured out 33.6, right? It's like a 15% juice that got squeezed out of that lime to get us from 28.8, and it was like, people were like, oh my God. And that was largely the end of it. This was 56K. Who here had a 56K modem? Awesome. You probably need to go see your doctor. It's so funny. There's so many things like that this weekend. Like, oh yeah, and that's a sign that you're old. Yeah, cool. We'll touch on how those came to be and how we got that quantum leap. But it turns out it wasn't just a POTS line. So the other thing I want to make sure that we all remember, and if you weren't around, I tell you, your computer didn't have an IP stack, right? Like, there were not IP addresses on Windows 3.1. You had to buy or get a third-party piece of software, and the conventional one that everybody used was called Trumpet WinSock. And this is Mac TCP, because up until System 8 in Mac land, there was no IP stack on that. So when you wanted to connect to the internet, the first thing you had to do was get the software to allow you to connect to the internet, right? It is beyond belief in this day and age that you'd have to like install IP on your workstation. And so, like, the crazy thing about Trumpet WinSock, and I was trying to find stats about this and I couldn't, it was fucking shareware, right? It made the internet go around, and how many people ever put out their wallet and be like, I would like to give you your money for this, Mr. I enabled the goddamn internet, right? Thorne, or whatever the hell his name was. Yeah, did anyone ever pay for WinSock? Hey, you are the best person in the world, sir. Like, you are definitely like, the Pope should knight you, or whatever the Pope does.
He needs a lime.
Oh yeah. Can someone? I would throw this, but I feel like it would be a disservice to the university. Hey, you got a lime. Excellent. For the next one, I'll throw Tacitus. So, jeez. Anyway, so when I started working at Internet Alaska, it was 1995, and Windows 95 had not yet come out. And I was working help desk, and one of the first things I had to, what? It was 95? What? She's really bad at math. She's trying to figure out, we got married in 96, we were working at IA before then.
Were we?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. I'm pretty...
No.
Yeah.
My email address at IA was wife Potter.
Oh, right. Maybe we were. Anyways, 96 when I started there? Yeah, 96. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, I know.
I get a lime.
Yeah, you get a lime. You get Tacitus. So actually, now that I think about it, at the university,
I got something right.
You did get it right. I worked at the university. I was the super nodie. We had a VAX VMS system and a bunch of nodes where people could access it, and I was the person who oversaw all that. And then I ended up overseeing a lot of the dial-up services there too. The help desk calls when someone who is not technically proficient and they're trying to install and debug Trumpet WinSock, right, was what it's like trying to guide someone through like heart surgery over the phone. It was an incredibly difficult thing for people to do, and then invariably those people had other problems, right? Like because they couldn't figure out WinSock, and as soon as they're on the internet, they're like, now what? They're like, oh God, I'm not your tutor, but they would call all the time. The help desk, working help desk at this time was absolutely a horrifying experience. Anyway, so. As I mentioned, the choice in what your provider installed mattered. And so Internet Alaska, Lance and Matt, the first thing they did was they just bought a bunch of courier modems, standard issue, whatever, got some POTS lines, plugged them in, and then worked with the phone company, got a hunt number, and were just like, hey, we're online, and that was that. And they had quality problems, like a lot of drop calls, people were getting inconsistent speeds, whatever, and that kind of thing. But this was the way a lot of ISPs got started all over the world, right? Buy some modems, plug them in. I mean, you think about people that used to run BBSs out of their house. It's the same deal, except just the ass end of it was IP going to the internet. And the ultimate example of this that I saw, so I ended up working at a company called NetTech. We did like cable installations in coal mines and all kinds of weird shit in Central Alaska. And in the building we were in above us was the Fairbanks ISP called PolarNet. PolarNet had bought, at one point, about 300 courier modems, cracked them open, took MDF and just rack mounted the MDF and then just jammed the courier modems in between there. And then they just built custom plug strips like the length of this room, and then just plugged all these AC/DC adapters from the back end of the courier modems into these things. There were two exciting problems there. One of their customers was the Fairbanks Fire Marshal, and he showed up one day to pay his bill, and they had the door to the data center open, all that shit. And he's like, "Hey, fellas, when I come back to pay my bill next month, that won't be like that anymore." And they had to like clean up their stuff and buy some gear and whatever, because the fire marshal was like, "This is all bad." The other thing that happened is they ate up all the POTS lines that came into this building, and so the Fairbanks phone utility had to pull in more POTS lines for them, and they didn't want to like drill a new penetration into the building, so they ran it up the downspout out of the parking lot into the roof, and then came down through like a duct that was on the roof. Now this worked great until the winter when it snows, and the guy with a snowplow came by and just boop, sheared off the 200 pair that was going up that thing. It took out half of their capacity. We're like, shit. And so we came to work that next day, and they're literally out there with like these Scotch locks, these little press fit locks for telephone wire, like trying to red stripe with white. Okay, click, and I was like, oh my god, what a Sisyphusian battle that was. So Lance and Matt decided this is all idiotic, and they decided to invest in technology from day one. From day two, after they realized they had these problems with reliability and stuff with the courier modems. They found these devices. This one's labeled Lucent, but Lucent bought the company. It's called Livingston. Livingston made these serial concentrators. They basically took all the serial, what would be the ass end of all these modems, brought them together, controlled them all, and dumped them out onto the internet. But instead of using a bunch of those USR modems, they use these USR modems. This is a USR total control rack. Every one of these was 4 modems, and you could just plug PRIs or T1s right in the back. And so you take digital service in the ass end of this thing and terminate the modem connection into a digital modem that lived in there. These were fully firmware upgradable and then ultimately supported 56K. So if you are an old school ISP and everything was all POTS lines, the fastest you could do was 33.6. 56K connections actually relied on one end of it being digital. The subscriber side would be analog, because it has to be, but the provider side would have to be digital. And it was actually an asymmetric connection. Downstream to the subscriber was 56K, upstream could go up to about 45, but it all negotiated somewhere, right? And when IA and the 56K standards came out, one of the odd things was there were like competing standards for a while in different firmware. And so like you'd have to flash your modem all the time to get it to work, and we're having to communicate with our vendors like, we just flashed our modems, you should flash yours, and all kinds of shit. But anyway, Lance and Matt made the decision early to be poor and spend all their money on this stuff. So once they got up and running, and they had their POP up and running in Anchorage, it was on Lake Otis Drive in Anchorage originally, in a building that Lance says, quote, was never designed to hold all that stuff, and we had to do a lot of work to make sure things didn't fall through the floor, right? Because it is Alaska, right? Like, things are a little sketchy at times. Then they just started going around to user groups, and there are all kinds of technology user groups in Alaska at the time. There are 2 here. This is the Commodore and Amiga users group. This is where they met Todd Nigengast at the Amiga users group. Todd was a sysadmin at Internet Alaska. Oh, cool. And then this is a ham radio thing where Lance and Matt came and did a dog and pony. They went to the PC users group, the Mac users group. They made an internet users group just to like have a captive audience. And every time they would go to these things, they would get 3 or 4 calls the next day, and 3 or 4 calls the next day, and 3 or 4 calls the next day. And it got to the point where Matt and Lance and Tamis were literally like spending every evening putting together welcome packets that had trumpet windsock and instructions and all that, licking the envelope, put it in the mail, getting it all going, wash, rinse, repeat every day, right? Every day, new subscribers, every day. It's like, imagine you decide to start an ISP out of your house today. They're doing the same thing. They're just literally just putting things in envelopes and sending them along. And that's how they built up to be 100, 300, 500, 1,000 users in Anchorage. And so they decided, like, we're going to go to an industry event and talk to other people who do this. So ISPCon still exists, which is actually kind of surprising, but it was like the big conference for people that wanted to help people connect to the internet. And Matt and Lance went to ISPCon, I think, for the first time in early '95. They had about 1,000 users in Anchorage. And what they found out is that they were the largest ISP there, right? Anchorage, Alaska was the largest ISP at ISPCon. They're like,
what the hell? And what the reason why is that the barrier to entry in other parts of the country was very low. And so there were a lot of little tiny ISPs in like Houston and Atlanta and Boston and whatever, and there weren't these behemoths that we have today. And in Alaska, like, you know, it was just basically Internet Alaska, right? There was a couple other smaller ones, but for the most part, it was IA. And so they ended up being like the big dogs. And at the time, Earthlink was at the first one that they went to, and Earthlink became a very large ISP. They bought a bunch, whatever. Earthlink had 500 customers when they went to their first ISP con, and they were like, "Oh wow, we're huge," you know. And but obviously, you have an addressable market problem when you're in Alaska. Like you hit the wall of it. You're like, "Whoop!" What? And that's everyone, right? So there's more than 1,000 people out there. There's 2,000 people live in the state. Anyway. So they got done with that, and they realized, like, hey, we probably need to find a way to grow. At the same time, this guy stopped by their office and was like, hey, heard you guys were starting this up. Tell me about it, whatever. Talked to him for a bit. It's like, so I'm applying for the job of CEO at the Alaska Telephone Utility, and I'd like to, when I get the job, I'd like to invest in you guys. And he's like, cool story, bro. Like, let's see how that turns out. Figured, like, this is just... well, there are crazy people in Alaska, period, right? And they would stop by and talk to you about things, period. This could just be like crazy dudes stop by, I'm going to be king of the world, you know, shit like that. It turns out, no, he really was, and he got the job, and then he rolled up and just like, boop, dropped the check, and it was like, so they sold him 30% of the company for $210,000. So they took that check, and they immediately turned it around, and they started to build out infrastructure around the state. And so the first thing that they did is they went to Juneau and Soldotna and Kenai, and I think that might have been it initially, and made the investment there. At the time, PolarNet was the big dog in Fairbanks, the ones with the snowplow problem. They didn't want to go to Fairbanks initially because they're like, PolarNet's got that covered. We're not going to bother up there. GNOME, which isn't that big, but it's had GNOME.net. I think GNOME.net still exists. They were the big provider out there. They're like, they didn't want to go into markets where there was already some other organization. They just wanted to go to markets where they were net new. You know, it's easier, and they weren't going to make an enemy from jump. And so they took all that money that they got from ATU and immediately turned it in and invested it in infrastructure in new locations. So over time, we ended up in Homer, which is where felons running from the law go to live. Seriously, that's like half of the fucking population of Homer or felons running from the law. We did end up in Fairbanks. We ended up in Glen Ellen for some goddamn reason. Glen Ellen, the population of Glen Ellen would fit into this room. I don't know. I think Matt might have had a cabin there and just wanted better internet. I have no clue why we were there.
I think that's right.
I think it actually is right, yeah. And then we ended up in Petersburg, Alaska, which is a little tiny fishing village that we ended up at for some reason. I went down, Petersburg, for some reason, was like my pop, and I did a lot of the installation work there. Several quick stories. One, I went down there once. Our gear was at the public radio station, which was just some random house that had been donated to the public radio folks down there. And our gear was just like in a little half rack underneath the break room table in the kitchen. And so I rolled in one day, and the guy comes out of the DJ booth, aka the first floor bedroom, and he's like, oh, you were here with Internet Alaska? I'm like, yeah, I got to do some work. I'm going to take the network down and get some stuff upgraded. He's like, oh, give me a second. And he keys the mic and says, Internet Alaska's here. If you're here, log off because they're going to do something. And I look at the modem bank, and all the lights go off. And I was like, I guess this is the only game in town, huh? Like, yep, sure is. So about 10 minutes later, this woman said, I heard you were coming into town. I baked you a pie. And I'm like, I love Alaska. Like, this is some crazy shit. Also, the school district wanted to buy service from us, and they were directly next to the public radio station. But I got into what I would best describe as a confrontational situation with the guy who ran the telco down there, to the point where he on the phone called and said, "I'm coming down there to fucking shiv you." And I was like, "Okay, this is not going well." And I told the guy at the radio station, like, "Oh no, he's serious. We should call the cops." I'm like, "Okay," so we called the cops. And so, like, this guy is not going to sell me a circuit to go to the high school. So we worked with the principal, and he bought like outdoor rated cable. And under the cover of darkness, we ran a cable out of the public radio building up on a public telephone pole across the public right of way, all of which is completely illegal, down and into his office, into the high school or the school. And then we put a router there, and then we back-to-back 2 TSUs and ran a fractional T1 across it, so we could control. That's the only way we could control the bandwidth. And that's how the Petersburg School District had their internet for years, was this clandestine Ethernet connection out the window of a fucking radio station, so I wouldn't get killed by the guy from the telco. So networking in Alaska. Anyway, so our long haul connection started out as a 56K circuit and ultimately became kind of in the middle of the story, 2 T1s. The T1s were terrestrial in the sense they were fixed microwave. There was only one fiber optic cable up until 1999 that left Linwood, Washington, and came up the coast. And it was a 45 megabit cable that was completely sold out, basically, when they pulled the cable in the late 80s. So there was no available terrestrial bandwidth. Internet Alaska ended up buying their loops off of the Anchorage Telephone Utilities long distance arm, basically took it away from their customers for voice and sold it to IA for data for $17,500 a month per circuit just for the loop. And then we still had to pay IP charges to where they landed in the lower 48. So we're almost 40 grand a month just to have 2 T1s from microwaves going all the way down. And when that happened, we ramped up to about 20,000 users on 2,000 modems on 2 T1s. And this is what our MRTG graph looked like 24 hours a day. Like, if it literally, there was ever any white space, like, something's broken. Because there's always demand. Because we also ran like a Usenet server, and that thing was just snarfing down everything. We had all kinds of, I mean, it was an insane amount of data. We spent a lot of energy trying to figure out caching and doing kind of close to subscriber caching to limit bandwidth utilization. Paul Vixie, who many of you may know through Bind and DNS fame, started a caching company for a while because he thought, like, hey, this is going to be a big thing and we should invest in it. And we were one of the early beta testers for Vixie's caching stuff. I think somewhere on a token, I still have Paul Vixie's public SSH key because I think that's super cool and nerdy for some reason. But anyway, so at some point, they had the realization, like, hey, there's a house here and a house here, both in Anchorage, on 2 different ISPs, and the data is going to like Minneapolis, Chicago, Seattle, and back around. So to go 50 feet, it's going basically an around the world journey on the order of 1.5 seconds of latency. So we ended up standing up the AMAP, Anchorage Metropolitan Area Peering Point or something like that. Maybe there were 2 Ps, which is basically a spare 2900 that Matt had lying around. And we threw it in our data center. And we're like, yo, if you want, you can come peer with us. And some of the local ISPs did, because they're like, hey, cool, that'll save me bandwidth. And some of them are like, that seems awfully communist, you know, like, why would I help you? It's like, I don't know if you know this, but we're the big dogs, and if you want to survive, you should probably come and drag a line to this thing. So we ended up with like 5 or 6 local ISPs, and now you could actually play online games with your friends in Anchorage and not have to be all in the same ISP. So that was pretty cool. The AMAP has since dissolved and is dead. There's now the Alaska Ix. And a few others, but obviously we engineer the internet differently now than we used to anyway. But at the time, it was pretty revolutionary. One place that we didn't end up was Unalaska. This is like the entirety of Unalaska. Like, just to be clear, like, this is like Petersburg's maybe twice this size. These are small towns, right? I mean, these parts of Alaska are remote, they're tiny, they're important to the state, but they're not very big. So Lance decided they were going to go to Unalaska. They bought the gear, and they were ready to go. And so what they were doing is the same play they had done before, which basically we're going to go talk to people and get people to sign up. So they bought a bunch of advertisements in the newspaper a week ahead of time. And then Lance was going to fly out for like a Friday evening thing at the library, have some snacks or whatever, and could talk to people about the internet. Because again, nobody had the internet, right? This is 1996.
That's what we did.
Yeah.
Eventually, I did that.
Yeah, like Heidi did that to like for like Valdez and places like that. And so Lance goes to get on the plane, and he's talking to this guy in the plane. I mean, again, it's Alaska. The plane would fit in this room. It was not a very large plane. He's sitting on the plane talking to this guy. He's like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, oh, explains the whole thing. He's like, oh, when did you take those ads out? He's like, I took the ads out like last week. He's like, oh, so I don't know if you noticed, but there's been a storm out in the Aleutians and nothing's flown in. This is literally the first plane that's flown to Unalaska since last week, and the papers that you took your ads out are right there. And everybody turned around, they were right behind him. He's like, I don't think anyone's going to be at your meeting. And sure shit, no one was at the meeting. And Lance went there, just ended up hanging out at a bar talking to people, and was like, fuck it, and flew back, and we never went to Unalaska. So that was the Unalaska that never was. Valdez, where Heidi went and did some evangelization, that was another expansion where they actually didn't intend to go to Valdez. They had some really rich dude in Valdez call them up and be like, hey, you should come out here and do this. Like, not in the cards, dude. We don't have the capital. He's like, what if I just bought it for you? Would you do it then? And the guy's, yeah, of course. And the guy, what do you need? Hands him the thing. A couple weeks later, all the gear shows up. Circuit gets provisioned. Heidi and a bunch of people go to Valdez and start signing up people in Valdez because some dude just wanted his own private connection, basically. So that's how that went down. There are a couple interesting things about how advanced Alaska was, or Anchorage was, when it came to internet access. That CEO of ATU went to a telecommunications industry event. He came back from it in like early 96. And he said, we are the first metropolitan city in the nation where our highest call volume is not during the business hours, right? If you looked at the mid-90s and you look at call volume distribution, most calls were made immediately after lunch, before people fell asleep and had their nap, right? Like, it was like they had lunch, they're like, shit, I should do something productive. They make their phone calls, and the peak time for most calls in most cities is between 1 and 2 o'clock. In Anchorage, that's the way it used to be, and then it transitioned to 7 p.m. because people went home and they got on the internet, and the calls were long, and most people were dialing in, right? And so other cities followed in shortly behind it, but to our knowledge, Anchorage was the first one that tipped that teeter-totter. Very technically advanced town for its remote nature and that kind of thing. The other thing that happened around the same time is that we and all the other local ISPs were having problems with stable connections, not getting busy signals, basically loading up the switches to the point that people couldn't terminate calls to our facilities. And the reason kind of boils down to, like, as they had engineered the network, they assumed about 80% of their calls would be voice and 20% would be data. And these are like person-to-person voice, not like to a hunt group or that kind of thing. And IA had scaled so fast, it was totally breaking that model. So the CEO called Lance about 2 or 3 weeks after he had gone to this industry event and said, okay, we just re-engineered our whole network, so now we're set up for 80% data and 20% voice, because our presumption is most people, and more people are going to be making these calls, and we want to make it reliable for you. He's like, oh, cool, when did that start? He's like, this morning. And we re-engineered the whole telephone network 4 times today. The phones didn't work a couple times, but we got it figured out. They basically broke the entire phone system for the city of Anchorage and ended up making it so that it was all biased toward data services. And I don't know enough about like 5ESS engineering to know exactly the internals, but the CEO was like, very specifically, it was 80-20, now it's 20-80. All your numbers should work. All your customers will have a good experience. It's like, wow, that's pretty cool. It's nice to be close and cuddly with the utility. This is Ted Stevens. I don't recommend cuddling Ted. Ted Stevens and his family basically ran the state. He was a senator and he had a lot of juice. At some point, I think in 97 or 98, Ted decided that this internet thing had to be metered and taxed and all that kind of stuff, because he was a good Republican. We were gonna put some screws to this fucking thing. So he came out with a proposal. He led a proposal in Congress to meter all internet access. And Lance did a thing where he went through and he itemized all the connections and everything and posted a letter on the IA website and was like, hey, just so you know, if Ted Stevens' thing passes, your $20 a month internet service will cost on average $140 a month. Just throwing that out there. And the next day, Ted Stevens' chief of staff calls Lance and was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, well, I'm doing exactly what I need to do to survive as a business. He's like, you can't do this to us. He's like, well, find fault in what I've done. Couldn't. And eventually Stevens pulled the bill and saved the whole country, actually, from dumbass metered internet. So that was kind of cool. We built the first DSL network in the state. Well, there was 2. One, there was an IDSL network, which is not hard to build if you have ISDN, because you fucking leave it on all the time, basically, and it works. But we built the first ADSL network. The telcos, as much as they were on our side, they weren't really believers, and they didn't really want cheap fixed line internet access because they were making money selling T1s and stuff. And so we ended up buying a bunch of alarm circuits with no load coils, which is basically a piece of 4-wire copper from point A to point B with nothing in between. And it's just like the DSL setup over there. You just turn the dials until you get errors and then back it off and be like, congratulations, you have a 384 connection. We'll charge you $100. Does that seem reasonable? Cool. And like everyone was bespoke. And eventually ATU got wind of this and they were kind of pissed off. And they're like, what are you doing? Are you an alarm company? We're like, no, cute story. We're doing fixed DSL services. And they got cranky, and then the Alaska Public Utility Commission got involved, and they were potentially going to rate limit us down so you couldn't do high-speed signaling over alarm circuits. And then when they all came to terms and everything worked, and ATU decided to install DSLAMs, and we provided the IP services, and everyone was happy. Huzzah. So, but it was all done under the cover of darkness without the telephone company knowing. If you need to provision point-to-point DSL between you and your friends in your neighborhood, it turns out you can. You can buy a $20 alarm circuit with no load coils, hook up some modems, and have your own clandestine network. You can still do it today. It's wonderful. And it's cheap. Something else that we did, and I'll hustle through because I know I don't have a lot of time. There was a point in time we thought everybody in the world is going to have their own basic data center in their home, right? You're going to do your own shit. You're going to have your own mail server, your own web server, your own presence. It's just like a refrigerator, right? Everyone's going to have their own thing. This is a device developed by a guy in Denmark called the Whistle Interjet. And it ran FreeBSD. It had a mail server, SMB server, web server, firewall, bunch of shit, games, all kinds of things. And it was all configured through the buttons on the front. You didn't have to be a wizard to do it. You'd plug it in. It had a modem built in, the whole deal. And we were a reseller of these things, and potentially the largest reseller in the world, because no one else had drank the same Kool-Aid that we drank, including the people in the Netherlands where this guy lived, where they sold 50, right? We probably sold 50 of those a month. So it was a neat adventure, but this is like the experimental time of the internet. Again, this is 1998, 99 when we were selling these things. There was no dial-up internet 4 years prior, right? This all happened so fast. It's unbelievable. And everyone was trying to figure out where it was going to go. We're like, oh, of course, everyone's going to want to be a system administrator in their own home. Yeah, no. So, and if you couldn't tell, that starts to become the beginning of the end of the whole story. So a few things happened. One, our billing system died, like fucking cratered into the ground with no backups. Literally had no clue who our customers were. None. If your password worked and you dialed up, you were a customer, right? And so this is actually the running gag of like AT&T back in the day. Like 60% of your long distance bill was the glory of them billing you, and 40% was the actual long distance service, right? Like it was very expensive to figure out how to bill people back when you cared about metered access. What we ended up doing is we get, from the radius servers, we get stop and start records for every connection. And so Lance had a script that he would run, and it was just like this monster fucking script that would chew through and try to figure out who was on the network. And every few months, he would just send them a bill and be like, hey, you owe us $60. And most of the time, people were like, oh, yeah, I haven't seen a bill from you in a while, I'll pay. And other times, be like, how about I give you 20? You know, and you get to negotiate with these people. And so we went through this back and forth, and eventually they got a billing system that worked again. But there was a year where this company that was growing and had gone from 10 people to 45 to like 90 employees, and we were the predominant internet service provider in the state of Alaska. We had no billing system except for the founder running some Perl scripts, right? It was unfucking believable how messed up it was. At the same time, GCI, which was the cable company up there, decided they were going to start bundling cable internet with cable service. We lost 20% of our customers almost overnight as part of that, right? That's going to be bad news for dial-up internet, right? Not everybody could get cable, but man, if you could get high-speed internet pretty cheap, and they were very interested in us not being in business. And so they were very aggressive about pricing, about access, and that kind of thing. So GCI made our life very difficult. And then kind of at the same time, we knew more internet was coming up. They completed 2 cables, one in 99 and one in 07 that, I don't know, by a factor of 50 increased the terrestrial bandwidth capabilities in Alaska. And so we knew that there was going to, the change was on the horizon. On top of that, and the undocumented part of this, is that we hired a new CFO, and he wasn't very good at paying his bills. And we got a call one day, and basically they said from ATU, and they said, you owe us $1 million because you haven't paid us in a year. and if you don't give it to us, we're going to shut down all your circuits. Oh, what? And that's when we found out the CFO was a touch crooked and hadn't been paying the bills. So they had to go basically do an immediate fire sale of the company. So ACS, Alaska Communication System, actually bought ATU, the telephone company, in '99. This all came to light in late '99, early 2000, and by the middle of 2000, the company ceased to exist and been sold for a fire sale price to ACS. And that was the end of Internet Alaska. So that was a 6-year arc to go from, hey, I think we should put some modems in our living room, to having built an ISP the size of most countries, and then crater into the ground due to standard issue business practices. So it was a fascinating journey, and I'll do a couple of quick takeaways because I know I'm basically out of time, because you're like, what does this have to do with cybersecurity? Well, it was good storytelling nonetheless. First of all, technology changes, right? We need to be ready to adapt to this. What struck me this year at DEF CON, the Cyber Grand Challenge was at DEF CON a number of years ago, and it was basically, let's make computers play CTFs, let's get them smart on it. And I was involved in that space. I wasn't involved directly in CGC, but I was involved in other research in that domain at the time. And it was like hard computer science, low level, like understanding how these things work and think, and way down into the weeds of compilers and all kinds of stuff. And then this year, it's just like, YOLO, I'm just gonna throw a bunch of code at like a freaking LLM and see what vulnerabilities it finds. Woo, woo, woo. And like 5 minutes later, it pops out a bunch of vulnerabilities and attacks it and does all the things. Nobody in the CGC universe 6 years ago envisioned like just, hey, look, it worked, you know, as like the spray and pray AI method of vulnerability discovery. Turns out vulnerability discovery is perfect for systems that aren't right all the time, because vulnerability discovery isn't right all the time either, right? You find all kinds of things that aren't vulnerabilities. AIs just make up shit. Sometimes they find real things. Hey, it works out great. Nobody saw that coming. Completely transformative for vulnerability analysis. Community is very important, you know, and I think in cybersecurity we've all seen events like this, like JawnCon, like DEF CON, whatever. We go to, we commune, we talk, there's fellowship, we learn. It's great. It's the same thing that we did up in Alaska. You know, we got together, there was like Linux people and FreeBSD nerds and whatever, but that's how we all got smarter, that community built. And we built an amazing network on the basis of our relations with these communities. Your fate's tied to others. That's an easy one. I'm going to skip that one. The underlying thing that I learned, and this is the end of the talk, the people matter, right? Like Lance gave me, Heidi, a bunch of our friends, people who became our friends, an opportunity to learn and grow. They armed us with just enough knowledge, just enough responsibility to have to push ourselves to do the thing that we needed to do to build this network, to do the things that we wanted to do for the state. Those people were incredible critical thinkers. They were curious. They were all a little weird. Like to a T, we were all a little off center. But man, like we got shit done. There was no basis for us being successful, right? Our internet connection was pegged all the time. Our authentication server was pegged all the time. The mail spool was falling down. Like there was so much baling twine and duct tape that kept this thing together. 2 Spark servers ran the whole thing, and those things were just holding on by their teeth every single goddamn day. But through like force of will and smart people, we made it work. And I was always amazed when I went to go meet my counterparts in the lower 48, like the comedy of riches. Like they had real data centers and racks of servers, right? Like we had 2 servers on the floor, right? Like you had a rack, that's fancy. You know, it was unbelievable how much we got done with so little. And the people that were there have gone on to do really amazing and interesting things. I think because of that, the trust and the opportunity that Lance and Matt gave us. You know, some of us stayed very technical. One of our friends went down and ran all the systems for WetFX for Lord of the Rings down in New Zealand. One of them became an author and lives in Ireland writing fantasy stuff and whatever. But it was an amazing group of people. It was certainly formative for Heidi and I to have had that opportunity. And Internet Alaska and the state of Alaska wouldn't have been the same if it wasn't for that team. So this is my homage to them, and thanks to everybody that I got to work with and that kind of thing. And I won't take questions because we're out of time. I want to be respectful to the next folks. So thank you very much for coming.
We've got microphone. Yeah. Oh wow. That's
Sounding good.
all right. Are we good to start? Hey, this guy. All right. Hi, I'm Clyde Schaefer. Today I'm talking to you about this open source game console that I've created. It is called the Game Tank, and it's there's a lot of ways that I think to describe it over the years. At first, I kind of started doing it as a bit. Because I was just interested in, like, wouldn't it be funny if I like learned electronics by making a game console, and that kind of spiraled into turning it into this open source platform, where everyone kind of like engage with it the way that they want to engage with it. It's it's sort of bleeding a little bit into like the idea of own your hardware. Like a lot of game consoles is something that you just like you don't really like own it. It's like you bought the Switch, but Nintendo still owns it and can break it if you decide to load your own software on it. Not here. So before I get ahead of my slides, hi, I'm from, I'm Clyde, partially weird homeschooled kid from Long Island. I have a theremin. I'm a theremin poser, literally. I thought the idea of it was cool, and I took this picture for a work anniversary photo to post internally, and it's my sort of. I do pull it out. I practice, but I don't have illusions of being a theremin virtuoso anytime soon. I've been working, and I graduated college in 2013. Immediately, I immediately was going to work in the game industry, and I managed the feat of getting laid off before I even graduated college. So that's sort of my abortive effort to go into game industry. This is why I was a regular software engineer at non-game companies, which I guess they pay better anyway. You get to see your family. So that's just been my track since 2013. I worked at this other company called Meta for a while, and then they let me go, which I was kind of pretty glad about this year. The thing is, it's a little embarrassing to continuously more embarrassing to work there. No shade to anybody I know that's still there. So what is a game tank before I talk more bad things about my previous employers? So open source game console. It is actually outputting analog video. It uses cartridges. It uses the old 9-pin gamepad ports. And this is because I've seen other sort of open source or DIY game console projects before, and I'm not gonna throw shade on those projects because they're very impressive, works, and they're very good, good projects. To me personally, they weren't that satisfying because it wasn't a console. You would do stuff like everything would be on an SD card on the back of the board, which seems a little weird to me. You'd have like a controller port on the front or a controller port on the sides, or like, oh, I made a cartridge, but it's actually a little pin header. None of it was like this doesn't feel. If I was to make that project, I would be like proud of myself. I wouldn't feel like I made a game console. Like when I was a kid, I wanted to make a game console. Like the Nintendos and Segas of the world. I also didn't use an FPGA or microcontroller in there or anything. Part of that was because microcontrollers would be boring. I already am a software engineer. I know how to program something that's just going to be like, oh, here's how I do a function that outputs this. Great. I've learned next to nothing. So that's where we are with this. This is something that you can just. What's nice about that though is the moment you put all the chips in there, you have a game tank. There's no need to load an FPGA configuration, flash a microcontroller. It's just sort of, it has an inherent game tankness when that's all connected together. And I think there's something like really enticing about that, really interesting. I've been asked a lot. I have this bullet point that says it plays game tank games, and I've been really strongly considering that making one of my slogans because I get asked this a lot. What games does it play? Well, game tank games.
Good
Not NES. Yeah, good games. Good games. Not NES games. I mean, it's and that's just because I think the reason that I get asked it a lot is you see a lot of these boxes on the market that are like Raspberry Pi in a box. It plays a bunch of emulators, and that's a valid product. It's very utilitarian. You're not really trying to create like
something really new there. You're trying. It's a utility for playing games that already exist, for engaging in an existing hobby. And this is sort of like itself. It's basically just a game engine in hardware form. More on why I made a console. Just personally, I had a lot of unanswered questions about how these things worked. Things like composite video. Composite video is a weird, magical thing. If you know about, if you're one of those kids that grows up like at least doing something like plugging a battery into a light bulb, you have some concept of circuits, and maybe you have the concept of how audio works, the sound wave. The electrical wave pushes the speaker in and out. More on that later. But video, there's one conductor. How does that work? A video is it's like one of those like cookie rolls, you know, where you cut it and it has the picture in there that's somehow coming down the tube. Like to someone who's not like already primed to think about these things as being like serial in nature, it's kind of a you know, kind of a mindfuck. And that's what the childhood dreams I alluded to before. Is like I knew I wanted to go big in video games as a kid, and I thought, what bigger way? This child of the console wars here. What way to really matter in video games? You know, it's not you're not just being a studio. You're Sega. You're Nintendo. Microsoft wasn't in the picture yet in game consoles, and I think at the time Sony not really either. So it was just that. So yeah, that was like, that's where you end up. It's like making a game console was the wanting to be an astronaut of wanting to be a game developer. And then I thought it'd be funny is literally just like for the longest time, this is the most accurate way I could describe, put into words my motivations here. I think actually have found that last bullet point to be pretty well received sometimes. I've had one person say, quote, iconic. So, all right. And of course, I thought it'd be neat. I thought the thing was 6502. I picked it up. I was like, there's something neat about this thing. There's some discovered benefits. I like to separate these motivations into why did I start? Kind of less interesting. Why did I keep going? More interesting. When you have a system like this, everything happens the way that you want it to. It's deterministic. There's no OS to negotiate with, no drivers. You're not going to get preempted by an update. You're not going to be in the middle of a boss fight and all of a sudden the screen goes blue because somebody in Redmond pushed the button to release something and it says, hey, let's pick a time to get you up to date because your system is not up to players' standards. I programmed a little bit for DOS and VGA kind of stuff. This is where I really liked working with a frame buffer for graphics. You can just put stuff into there. You're not really positioning sprites on a screen. But it's kind of slow. You know, if you're just copying bytes into a place and you want to do this at 60 frames a second, anything really advanced, like, kind of takes time. Like, it takes time to do a screen fill unless you're, like, going raw assembly there. So I had fantasized about hardware features that would speed things up a little bit, give me some parallelism, give me like, and because it seems like a thing that should exist in the hardware. Why doesn't it on x86? Seems like a mission. I later learned once I got into this more that like somebody else had thought the same thing. They made a little computer called the Amiga. Maybe Amiga should have won the computer wars. That would have been nice. And I mean, isn't making a console just a really great bit to commit to?
Do it for the bit.
Do it for the bit. Do it for all 8 of the bits. So in this talk, I'm going to explain how the system works. I'm going to sort of tell it intertwined with development milestones, roughly in the order that I created this stuff, and what problems I solved, how did I get there, and what actually is the final like system going, has, and that's sort of how you get what influences these things. A big part of this project is with a fantasy console, which is one that only exists in emulator form, you're creating it kind of for a nostalgia purpose or for a creative limitation purposes. You're going top-down design. And so you're picking these things like the resolution and the other aspects of it, like the Pico 8, and they're not really corresponding to any kind of physical limitations. I've seen a lot of people ask, what if we made a hardware Pico 8? And that's not really that meaningful of a project. Or like it's a very ambiguous project. Are you going to make something that plays most Pico 8 games, or all Pico 8 games, or and then some, and at which point you've ended up just creating another modern PC because you've got your Lua interpret everything. So this is sort of a bottom-up development where everything is informed by hardware limitations, running into problems, sourcing parts, getting parts that are fast enough, getting parts that play nice together, parts that are feasible for a hobbyist to assemble by hand. And of course, I'm also going to highlight community contributions, many of which are from people standing right in front of me. So, but there's a separate thank you slide for that, so you will wait for your thank yous. And you're going to see some games. So when you start with this, I talk about bottom-up design. You have to think, what's in a console? What do you have to build to end up going this direction? And this is sort of how you end up also stringing together these things from going from I want to learn digital electronics design, starting from I only know how to plug in Arduino modules together, to what are the sequence of projects I need to do together to get something kind of interesting, get what I want. We've got, picture is the obvious one. The biggest has the biggest unanswered questions. It's sort of the most mysterious, and going for like NTSC composite video. Sound a little more straightforward, but still something that you have to sort of like solve. How do you read controllers? What are methods for that? How are you going to store your data, feed data into the system that it's going to run and execute? And finally, how do you what exactly is the backbone that ties all this together? This is going to be, for some in the audience, a bit of a refresher, but for others, maybe, it's good to find out about for the first time, and I try to explain a little about it here. This is all built out of besides the CPU and the RAM chips, this is all very basic digital logic. We're talking about like take your Boolean logic functions and or XORs and turn them into essentially little Lego bricks that you can put on a breadboard and wire them together and make math happen like physically in front of you. And or not, these are referred to as combinational logic. Adders and multiplexers are this as well. This means that their state, whatever their input is, doesn't depend on anything in the past. It's what is combined right now. You're taking two inputs, you're combining them, and you're getting your defined outputs. This is in contrast to sequential logic, counters, latches, shift registers. This is stuff that's going to depend on some past state in order to determine future state. And together, these are sort of like, how do you create computation? How do you create logic? How do you create these decisions that happen and cause other bits to flip in the right places in the right order in response to other bits that are coming and flipping at certain times? You've heard of clock speeds, maybe, talking about computers. Literally what that means is you just have a thing going true, false, 1, 0, 0 to 5, or whatever voltage you're at. 0 to 5 is pretty dated. That's what the game tank uses. Counters, if you have a thing that's counting up in binary, congratulations, you also have a very handy frequency divider. Your first bit and your next bit as you go up are going to be flipping half as often. So if you have, for instance, say a 28 megahertz main oscillator, and you want to break that down into stuff, 14, 7, 3.5, that's your guy. He's got you handled. You can take that and combine it with some other stuff. You've got your flip-flop. Set reset is basically just it takes a signal, and once it gets a reset, this thing's going to go whoop, and until it gets set, it's going to go whoop, back down. Your counters, you've got that clock rate going, and this is how you basically make any combination of pulse timings that you want. If you want something for certain reasons that has a pulse that is low for 80, and every 470 ticks, it's gonna use when it goes back down. That's there you go. It's your horizontal sync. So now we finally get to actually tackling video. This is kind of like the first thing I threw myself at because, it's the thing with the most unfamiliarity. It's where am I going to explore and get new territory. Easy. Black magic. As I would learn, NTSC composite video, a special type of black magic. Does anyone know the secret real meaning for the acronym NTSC?
National Television Standards Committee.
Close. It's never the same color. You are loosely describing your picture and letting human perception. You are right, though. I don't want to be so bad for giving a technically correct answer. So, as I mentioned, how is it coming up the signal? Is it like one of those tubes of cookies where you cut it and it has the picture in there and it squeezes out? No, it's like a sweater. It's woven. You have a beam, starts up here, goes all the way down the screen. And this timing, you're going to synchronize your goal in making the signal to synchronize with the timing, so that when the beam is in the place of your picture that's bright, you're sending a higher voltage, and when it's in the part of the picture that's not so bright, a little lower voltage. And this requires some agreement between you and the TV, of course, of what is the synchronization here. Turns out that little signal earlier has a very special purpose that I described, that 470 tick thing. This sync pulse, you're dealing somewhere in the 0 to 1 volt range, and the way that you tell the TV, hey, this is a synchronization moment. You should be putting your beam over on the side here, maybe over in the corner. You just take that voltage and right in the floor. That's how it knows. That's sort of special. It's sort of default is kind of kept up here. This is special. This is like you're playing tug of war with your friends. It's like one of those kind of faint things. You're like, you let them think that they're winning for a second. You really give it that hard tug. That's a fake out. This is a tug of war fake out. This is how you communicate here. So, for a specific time, you do this. You're doing this at a very regular period, and then for a specific time here, that's when you do your picture signal. Brighter? Not as brighter. You do that 240 times, there's your picture. Things over here. I learned today that LibreOffice Impress does not respond to an Xbox One controller. If you invert... Huh?
How could they break backwards compatibility like that?
Right? You invert your horizontal sync there, and you don't show any pictures for these lines. Bam, you've got this is how you tell your TV, hey, we are starting in the top left corner, and now go down the screen. We're making our picture. So we can make patterns maybe with digital logic, but what we really want to do, image data. And it turns out that we have counters already. So a round chip is just a thing that is just a table, just a lookup table, number in, stored data out. So if you're counting your vertical and horizontal position to make those horizontal and video sync pulses, well, just feed those babies right into your ROM, got your pixels, get your picture voltage. For example, up here before your picture, we're going to have a few blanks. We're scanning down. For an example of here, dark, light, medium, dark, 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 light, medium, dark. And there's our... And that's how you get... This is a cat, right? This is recognizable as a cat. Man, shading is hard. Props to real artists.
It's beautiful.
It's hypothetically my cat. But I feel like we're missing something. We're missing some critical component here.
Color.
This is the first prototype of a video output circuit. I found a lovely document I forgot to actually put a slide about called it's called Lawn Tennis. It's a PDF. It's a very thorough walkthrough of Pong. Pong, as it turns out, does not use any CPU or program. Pong is all implemented in 74HC logic. It's all counters. It's all logic. The way the ball is on the screen, that's just literally taking the right combination of positions and turning on for those periods of time. This was basically me saying, okay, I've got pulses. Immediately stopped reading the document. I've got my sync pulses, I've got my counters, I have a pretty good idea of what to try next. ROM here, this is actually taking a shift register and feeding each of the bits in that. So this is a 1 bit per pixel image. About 256 by 256. Spatially higher resolution than the game tank turned out to be. But you can see we've only got two colors, or like a little sacrifice there. And I don't have a picture. I decided not to fit a picture of it here, but the back of the board, that screen print, you can tell it really tells you when I did this project. So to recap, brightness is voltage, color is another 3D quantity we are somehow imposing onto this signal. So, in 1950, I couldn't bother to remember the last digit. They decided they wanted to add color to their broadcast and create color TVs. Well, in a weird consumer friendliness that was like uncharacteristic of American industry, they did not want to. They wanted to let people keep their black and white TVs for a while, like until they were able to buy a color TV. It's a pretty big investment. You know, I guess no one's gonna. Everyone's like, oh, I have to meet. Like, they're not gonna get people adopting color broadcasts if there's a separate service for it. So they needed something that could actually piggyback on the same signal and still look fine on black and white TVs without breaking anything, and still also take everything you needed onto these newfangled color sets. So what they came to was adding this color carrier, and this is at a higher frequency that a black and white TV is just going to have left out as noise, which is sort of a handy assumption they could make based on, you know, our older TVs are going to have to do more filtering because our broadcasts are more noisy. Broadcasts get a little less noisy. New sets don't have to do as much filtering, and they can use that data bandwidth for stuff. So that's what we've got here. There's a, in fact, 3.5 megahertz is an approximation. If you want to get technical, 315 over 88 megahertz is what you type in to get that with. This is why when I'm looking for oscillators, I'm typing in like 28.636363. Well, they don't let you put a bar over it on DigiKey when you're searching. You have to just like take the nearest thing they have in their categories. So, how does this carry color? I had to learn about this little thing called phase, which is dangerously close to having to do, you know, like calculus math stuff, and we're gonna see how close I got to this without having to really like do some kind of integral. If you have a wave move forward or a bit more, that's what your phase is. You've got a reference signal, and you're comparing it to another signal. You're saying, all right, this one is 45 or 100 or 75 or whatever degrees out of phase with the base signal. So that means you have to have a reference signal that's agreed upon with some kind of timing. You're not just going to like have a global thing. It's not like the TV turned on at a random time and your broadcast station over here turned on at a random time. We're going to be in phase to start with. So, you know, maybe you're going to send out video signals and everyone's going to be green. They have a thing for that, and it's called the color burst. Right before the cool zone and right after the ground slam, so a little bit between there, is they throw in this little thing, this little bit of color, and this is going to establish your base phase. Off the top of my head, I think yellow is the color you would get if you were showing something that's in phase with this. And samples that, and it's actually per scan line. So if you did different ones on different scan lines, you could sort of like get a weird thing going on. It's another thing you have to like do properly if you want proper color rendering. Shift registers are back again. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out, man, analog electronics. I'm still in the digital. This entire project, I've been in the digital domain of design here. Now I have to learn some of the hard stuff. There's no way I don't have to. You can do this in the digital realm entirely. If you have a shift register that's getting 8 times your base signal as its clock, you're essentially creating a digital delay line. You just need to be sure that you have exactly 8 times your frequency. So I don't need an oscillator for my system that's 3.5 megahertz. I need that 28.6363636363 that I alluded to earlier. And this is going to get your selectable phases. So after that, here's my my breadboard prototype for color video. Something that I noticed when I was researching this was that pretty much everybody generating, like I could find on YouTube, that was generating composite video was using like a CPLD or something, or using a GAL or an FPGA or something. Is this something that might have been considered not worth doing in 74HC logic like purely? And I'm just like, I mean, I was actually, it turns out that I was just not finding Don Lancaster's TV typewriter cookbook, where he basically ends up saying the same thing. I think this is sort of a product of doing this at a time where most of these were on forums where people were talking amongst themselves and not broadcasting it as much. Sort of like I was doing. I was sort of also siloed on here, trying to get unsiloed and producing this. This is the full color range of the game tank. This is a breadboard that I would take back and forth between my apartment and Hack Manhattan, and have to do a lot of debugging on it just from the transport damage every single time. But I did eventually, get this working, get my ROM chip on here again. There are 200 unique colors, and this is because when saturation is 0, those hue bits aren't really relevant anymore, are they? So that was basically like, and his black and white video took like a couple weeks. This whole summer, that was like a 3-month thing. A lot of people talking about it in the forums where they would say part of the story, and then the rest of it was assumed. Because like everyone in that community, they know what you're talking about, and this would be like a forum post from 2007 by people who aren't even like active anymore. Web pages by some long dead radio engineer. So sounds. This is going to be easy, right? You just push the speaker in and out with your voltage. Shift registers come back again. This time you can use them to make noise. Turns out that feeding that in with some XOR gates makes a pretty convincing so you can modulate. Where am I with respect to how? Okay, yeah, actually, I'm making a pretty good case. So this is going to form the basis of the sound. So you take this, you make a couple of square waves. You've got a sound card, and there you go. Bish bosh. We've got I just made just a little copy paste, 2 square waves, OFSR, and I found these neat little dual ported RAMs where you can just put stuff in on one side, and there's no arbitration to do. This is surely going to be a really great foundation to build the whole house on. And at this time, I was just going to use it as dual ported RAM. I had on this prototype, what I did was I made it so that when you hit specifically 0 into a byte, it would jump back the counter, so you could put multiple sound effects in there. And the way you'd pick a sound effect was by setting your start address, and it would just go and loop that and get whatever sample you want. I was able to fit in a just barely recognizable the sound clip from Super Smash Bros. Melee when you use Fox's reflector. Downsampled, did fit on there, 4 kilobytes, recognizable. To mix all these channels together, there's this other handy component called a digital potentiometer, and this was taking 3 bits of input to pick a resistance, and I built an analog mixer network based off of that. Handy for a mixing stage. You can sort of take existing schematics for analog mixing and then build around that. So, has anybody gotten a subject line in an email that was this before? 2020, supply chains were having some issues, some of them just in complete upheaval. And then that was a good time for a lot of manufacturers to decide, wait, this part, nobody's buying these. We don't need to make these anymore. So, gotta rethink the audio circuit. I still have this one floating around, and as a one-off, it's fun. But we're trying to aim for some reproducibility here. This is the difference between something that has a couple of programs where I waste its potential, not really getting the most out of it on my workbench before moving on to something else, versus trying to attract other developers and see who can do stuff like get C++ to run a 3D renderer on it, or get Rust to compile for it. Stuff that I wouldn't think of by myself. So I needed to change my plan here. So there's two choices: is to try to replace that digital potentiometer in the analog mix, or just come up with something where that's not even a question anymore. But I do still want to use those dual-ported RAMs because you have to buy a minimum quantity, and I thought, man, I've got these sitting around. Okay, so an entire 6502 subcomputer. This one is just focused on making sounds. You put your program onto the 4 kilobytes of RAM, and we've got a hardware timer that's going to give this interrupts every time you want to do a new sample. A double buffered DAC is going to make it so that you do not have jitter. It's going to, every time the interrupt comes in, it will send the buffer out to the real DAC, and then show you interrupt again. So your program has a lot of flexibility. It's all in RAM, so you can do self-modifying code, which is how I went from doing just square waves to FM synthesis. And just get you can get a lot of decent sound out of something that's an 8-bit per sample, 14 kilohertz. You can actually adjust that 14 kilohertz. You get 1,024 cycles per sample at 14 kilohertz. And then it goes downhill from there as you make your timer go by faster. But if you really want more samples per second, that's your way. Controllers, actually easy. Unlike sound, which we thought was going to be easy, controllers is very easy, especially if you copy an existing design like the Sega Genesis controller. You've got 9 pins on these typical controller ports, which are very easy to use because you can still buy those. They just sell 9-pin D sub ports, and they probably still be selling them for quite. I'm going to jinx myself saying this, quite a long time. I think we're still using those in industry. They're still on CNC machines, so hopefully that's not going to get the DigiKey part status, or at least not an irreplaceable one. On here, I used mechanical keyboard switches for the very first controllers. Red because Cherry MX Red. That's gaming keyboards. Everyone knows that. And you've got a lot of it's a good, relatively inexpensive way to have a switch that you can put on there, and it's going to last like 10 million plus cycles. Like they're made for that. They actually have ratings for that. A lot of switches you buy, they don't even bother to tell you like a rating for the number of cycles, because you look at it, it's like you have like a 10,000. This is a button that's going to be pushed once in a while for a thermostat. You want something that's meant to be button mashed. And then the controllers themselves are these. Ergonomic design is hard, turns out. a couple of hot dogs and a SNES controller. Easier to print if you don't put those hot dog arms on there. And turns out when you print plastic and it's got those layer lines, and it's next to other plastic that has those layer lines, and they make a little. That's a lot of friction, which is very bad when playing games. So I would spend 10 minutes per button sanding them down. But I did actually have one big improvement as well, which is multi-material printing. Let me put a nice, very clear button label on here. What I did for the friction problem was that I left a space on the button prints for these acrylic bushings that would slide onto the clip in, and only break some of the time when stretched by pushing them on there. And they would slide very nicely on 3D printed plastic on TG, which I have used ever since the first time I showed somebody a PLA printed prototype and they accidentally blew it into a million pieces. So controller V3, because controller V2 almost burned down my house. Acrylic, flammable. Lots of little acrylic bushings next to each other, creating a lot of acrylic vapor. Flammable. I let a job to go print 100 of these bushings. I go to the other room to get a glass of water. What's that? Oh, that's a run downstairs. Little like fire cube, like right out of Minecraft, on top of coming out of my laser cutter, reaching threateningly up towards the wooden ceiling in the basement, which is connected to the flammable, which is flammable and connected to other flammable parts of the rest of my house where my girlfriend and my cat live. Very bad. I spin around and run to go grab the nearest fire extinguisher, which is the highest safety standards, of course, conveniently behind some boxes out in the garage. I did make it in time. And later, when a friend came over and he saw that I had a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall in my basement, he looked at it and goes, "Oh, something happened here." I'm like, yeah. So other improvements to this is I replaced those bushings entirely. I widened up the holes, and I use what's called a flexure. This is when you have all the buttons are part of one piece of plastic that has some parts designed to bend, and that's going to hold them laterally in place without having to scrape them against the sides. This is going to start using surface mount components, and a pick and place machine is much better at putting little tactile switches, which I found a high lifetime, low actuation version of, which is good for game controllers, and that's. But they're much better at those than putting in mechanical keyboard switches. So logic, we've actually, done all the peripherals, right? I look at a 6502, I go, man, this is great. Put that down, come back like a year later. We've got video, we've got audio, we've got controllers, and we've even got. Did I put the cartridge thing? I didn't put the cartridge. We've got controllers. I'll get the data part, which is in the outline. It kind of makes sense, in retrospect, that you could start a 6502 computer project by building all your peripherals that kind of define how stuff's going to interact, and then only finally do you try to unite these things together with a processor. A processor is like a CPU, right? Making a CPU is something that has a lot of mystique to it. And I think it doesn't deserve all the mystique that it gets, because literally all it is a way to sequence these operations between a bunch of shared components, RAM and video output and other memory. It's literally just a guy that's like, hey, address 2008, and another thing goes like here, and then sends some data onto a shared bus. You just have some, it's literally all just a bunch of stuff holding the same wire and agreeing on who's going to activate what wire when. And a CPU is just a thing for taking instructions that are also fetched from the data, so it gets that, and it gets an opcode, and that's going to say, hey, so this wants me to check this memory location and make a decision based off of that, and that decision is going to be just another cycle of like calling on somebody else in the class. So I went with WDC's 65CO2. It's a W65CO2S. And there's a lot of advantages to using this. Of course, they make it, you can buy these, you can just go on Mouser and get as many as you want. They've added some opcodes in the history of this chip. One really nice one, I don't think it was added specifically by, it might have been added by them specifically. It's called WAI, or wait for interrupt. When you want to set an interrupt going and you have to wait for it to go, and you go into a loop, did I have the interrupt yet? Have some like flaggers, have something that like checks that. Yeah, you might have some like not necessarily deterministic latency on like when is that going to actually, what is the gap between interrupt and continuing. Wait for interrupt literally just puts the whole CPU into a sleep state, and as soon as the interrupt comes in, it just wakes up and gets right back into action. Very good for games, it turns out. One problem with the thing I talked about before with this video is that my plan had been to use a frame buffer, have my video circuit, and the video circuit is going to put bytes into memory and represent colors that way, and there's just going to be a whole bunch of pixels, and you want to draw your character on the screen, you're going to have to copy some pixels, buddy, and copying pixels, these loops. It's not just a copy, right? You're doing your loop. You're like, oh, start the loop. Check if the loop is done. Pick up, put down. If you're dealing with a couple dozen cycles per byte, you start to wonder if there's a better way to do that. And I talked about that before with the CVGA stuff. So it would be nice to make something like that, wouldn't it? Something that was still reasonable to construct, handle some features that we wished we had easier access to before when doing low-level programming, transparency, parallelism, maybe not an ALU, because if you're going to do multi-way directions on this bus, it's easier to, you can have a lot of chips. It's a little easier if you're doing this, single direction. So I made a blitter, and this is why I referenced the Amiga. The Amiga has one. The Atari Lynx has one. I sure did learn a lot about systems that had blitter after I already implemented sort of backed my way into making a blitter by accident. And this literally is just more counters, our old friends counters and multiplexers again, and you're just going to have that clock through your RAM, and you're just connected to it. It's just like, all right, next. You're getting single cycle copies per pixel. So it's going to be blazing fast comparatively. We're still running at 3.5 megahertz. But at our stream size, that's like 3 times the screen every single frame. Cartridges. I feel like I should have put this earlier, but this is just essentially starts out an EEPROM chip broken out to some pins. And the ones you're going to get that are mostly available are little 8K chips, and you can they're pretty easy to write to. In fact, it's sort of like the first thing I did when studying all this was that I saw the Ben Eater video where it just literally shows, okay, you put your EEPROM onto the breadboard. You plug 5 volts into here, congratulations, you just stored like a byte into there. You can count your way up. I have an idea in my head, a very devilish idea, but I think I might need to wait until I have a bigger community with more investment before I do something like, say, a game jam where I get everyone locked into a classroom with a bunch of books that are references on 6502 instruction sets, some 9-volt batteries, and some EEPROMs. I feel like that's the kind of thing you can only really inflict on college students. Like, college students will tolerate that. People with jobs and a life like adults might be harder to pass that on. All right, great. We'll start right now. A little harder to write to is a flash chip. I actually had to print out a spiral-bound version of the data sheet for this flash chip to to fully understand it. Like, I just made this my bedtime reading. Like, I just, they're at FedEx or Kinko's, wondering what the hell this guy's doing with his spiral printed chip book. But the real problem is the fact that this is 2 megabytes, and the console can only see 32 kilobytes in the cartridge slot at once. So we have this little thing called banking, where these pins that I set aside on the cartridge port are essentially GPIO pins. You can do whatever you want. I've labeled them as SPI pins, and that's sort of what I'm using them here. But I put another shift register in the cartridge, and this is going to handle those extra address bits that aren't being handled by the cartridge port. And because you want to be able to boot consistently every time, the upper half of that cartridge memory is going to be fixed. This is what I call the fixed window, sliding window, or movable window. I feel like sliding window would imply that you could put it at any offset. It's 16, so you've got 16 kilobytes of always available, and then 16 kilobytes chunks you can bank in by shifting out the bits of your 7 high address bits, or it could be 8 if I made another cartridge that had 4 by putting 2 more expensive cartridge with bigger stuff. That's kind of the point, right? It's making this expandable, giving the ability to improve on the hardware even after you've already put it out to several people's gaming setups. Here's some pictures of the cartridge. My current version of the flasher is essentially a stripped down Arduino Mega, but using the newer version of AVR's chip, because the AtMega 2560, 2650, that's like a $14 chip, turns out. AVR DA64 Some jumble of that. That's a $2 chip, much better, same amount of GPIOs, and you're good. You're just 5 volts, you're golden. Little programming header, USB-C. We're not messing around with the USB micros that are on Arduino clones, or some of them USB mini if you found really old stock. Nice little custom shell on here, very important notch so that when you put this in backwards, it does not seat and cause any kind of short. And a gap here so that you can fold the label over and it's not going to peel because of the very small surface area on the top of the cartridge. Prototype 1. This is the one that I spent the most time on actually with prototyping at Hack Manhattan, the hackerspace in Manhattan. Great place. I think a lot of people here already know that though. I thought it'd be cool to make something that was prototyped kind of like a PC motherboard. We've got our backplane, we've got our motherboard here, stuff vertically goes in. You might start to see though a little worrisome that this is held together by a rubber band back here. Every time I would get on my electric scooter and put this in my backpack in a box and then spend like an hour just rebuilding the problems that happened, like that breadboard prototype earlier. And I had a zip socket for the cartridge. And there's that old sound prototype. And then here is a screenshot from Cubicle Night, the first Game Tank game. And something you'll notice is that there's a black dot pattern. And this is a glitch that happened with that blitter. One thing that has to happen with a blitter, when you're doing this stuff with memory-to-memory copy and you have counters going, you need a lot of synchronicity there. You need to make sure that you're changing row at the correct time. You're doing the correct number of cycles. And let's say, for instance, you use a chip that was so convenient, the 40103, which is a down counter that you can just set to a number and count down and gives a signal when it's done, and that will let you make arbitrary numbers of counts with fewer chip count. And say that chip turns out to have way more propagation delay than you had assumed, than anything else really in its family. You start to run into something like this, where it actually takes long enough for your row counter to report that you are done, that you actually do a whole other pixel of copy before it cuts off the blip. So it's not like it's doing not a full row plus one, it's literally just taking an entire pixel clock to know, hey, we're done copying, making every blip kind of shaped like upside down missing node. Ultimately, the answer to this, and you can sort of see up here, I had a header that was different. You could connect to the clock. You could change the clock speed of this first prototype by plugging it together differently. And some of these clock speeds weren't really viable because of propagation delays. What I ended up sort of doing was, this was actually when the blitter was running at 14 megahertz. I brought the blitter down to 3.5 megahertz, which, fewer pixel copies we can do per frame, but that problem just went away. We have, we can do whole full screens without these weird block pattern artifacts. So I finished making Cubicle Night. I had hoped that I could make the first Game Tank game before I made the emulator. It took like 5 minutes to flash that EEPROM cartridge every single time, so that kind of became infeasible. It actually was quicker to write the emulator and then test the game that way than probably all the combined flashing I would have had to do to test every single iteration. I was using an 8 kilobyte EEPROM, and I know that this is an almost exactly 8 kilobyte game because something that's kind of taken for granted in a platformer game is when you hold down the button, you jump once. In Cubicle Night, when you hold down the jump button, you're jumping every single time you hit the ground. And that's because in order to make room for the logic for the enemy I was putting in, I had to delete the code that checks if you're still holding the jump button, if this is a held jump or a repeat. And I said, you know what, this is just going to be one of those games where you can do that. I'm making room, I'm adding this thing in here, and I need that. Sorry, you're going. And that got me down to pretty much 8194 bytes or something, real tight there. Prototype 2, a big problem with Prototype 1 is because everything's parallel. It turns out you can't actually access the probe points because they're blocked by all the other cards. So this is sort of inspired by something at work because it actually happened in parallel while I was working at, what's it called? It was called Facebook then. I had mused aloud to a friend who had also worked there, like, man, I really like doing stuff like working with microcontrollers and chip data sheets, and I wish this was my job instead of this boring web backend stuff that I was doing. And he's like, actually, I heard that, because he was like several floors up from me, but there was like another thing brewing up there. He's like, I heard they're over at this other table. They're talking about this stuff. They're talking about microcontrollers, and they're talking about display technologies. And you should probably just go up to this guy and introduce yourself. And I kind of had a lucky break there because there was a display I was looking at on Adafruit, the chip controller, the ILI 943 or something, and it's a good thing I remember that then. I don't remember it now, but I had just been looking at it when I got there. This guy had it on his desk, and I was kind of like, oh, it's the ILM 943, and they're just like, you have that on site. Get this guy a transfer like immediately. And that was like sort of probably the peak of my time there. That was like a time where you're like, it's really good to be working in a place where you feel like you're enmeshed with the people that you're working with, and your manager like understands you. So that's why everything kind of went downhill after my manager left to go do some quantum computing stuff at some other company. And then you get the people they bring in, like the old school like Oracle manager type people that are just like, why are you not writing reports? And I'm just like, so there goes my ratings after that. But I did learn some good lessons. Turns out it's very good to have boards that are highly horizontal, much wider than your product's going to be. Those little mezzanine connectors where you can say like, hey, this is how a board snapped together. They're not pin headers that are going to get bent every single time you pull them out. And you can just, it takes up the whole desk, but there's your console. Prototype 3 starts to finally look like a game console. This is the shell, actually. It's this one right here, and I can, show this off later to anyone who hasn't seen it. We have the thing open so you can see all the guts. 3D printing case. One final thing I did as an actual hardware change, besides reshaping it into a console, was I added a bunch more of the RAM that is used as the source for the splitter. Because I want there to be potentially a fighting game with lots of frames on there. This turns out that I haven't made a fighting game. The fighting game is a very hard design challenge. You're making something competitive. Everything has this interplay, and you really want to, there's a lot to think about there. But you also do want to be able to have lots of frames of animation. Before this, there was only the screen size times 2 for animation frame space. Now there is screen size times 32. So you've got oodles and oodles of sprite space you can decompress from the cartridge, and it sort of makes up for the low resolution we're working with here, which is like 128 by 128. Is that you don't have a lot of spatial resolution, but you have a lot of temporal resolution. Finally, we have the surface mount version because people kept asking about pre-builts. They said, this looks cool. I do actually earnestly want to engage with this, but do I have to do a $300 part order and spend an entire week soldering it? And I said, fair. Would take some research, would take a while. I got inspired to show at the Long Island Retro Gaming Expo after going there one year, and I had decided that the next year I would do that, and that sort of gave me a deadline to create a surface mount distributable version. And it's basically just every single chip swapped out to the surface mount version. Took the time also, this is also an opportunity to switch from Eagle CAD to, how do I pretend?
5 minutes of closing remarks. Technically, you're 5 minutes over.
All right, speed run time, backward long jumps. Ribbon cables, much more sturdy than those mezzanine connectors in production. You don't want to have to keep opening up and reseating. Development tools, we've got a CC65 based SDK. Got linker configs. You can kind of get started on this immediately. I just pushed a thing that lets you that installs the prereqs for you when you download the repo. Bitmap conversion and MIDI conversion are handled by the SDK. So you've got your assets, you just drop those into a folder. Slides will be online. You can see more about this. This is also in the wiki documentation. Getting the important parts in. Here are some screenshots of our emulator and development tools. You can view that VRAM at any time. I've even done a very, very modern thing, which is a thing that will tell you all of the time you spend in every single function. which is something you'd expect more than in like Google Chrome web tools than like say a 8-bit emulator. More tools. Other cool feature, if you have animation tags on your frames in Sprite, will generate macros, get all this stuff by name. Community involvement, finally, that's an important thank yous. So I hadn't assumed, I was sort of procrastinating on starting like an online forum or online community for a while, and I forget even how I was talking to this person, in what sort of like venue, but there was this like random internet teenager that said like, you know what you need, and he's made a Discord, and then he made me the owner of the Discord, and he's like, you need to get started on he's like, I'll go find people for you. And sadly, eventually, I'm no longer able to contact this guy because he had deleted. He said something about getting in trouble with his parents that had to delete his account, so he's just kind of like gone. And everyone I've also asked also does not remember his handle. I go back, and this is something that's really true about when people say that like Discord is not archival, Discord is not documentation. You go back after someone's deleted their account, it just says deleted user, so you're not going to even be able to like call them out, thank them. So if you see this somehow, thank you. You helped start something that like really kind of spiraled. We've got a Rust SDK and an emulator, like a second set of tools from DW Bright, who's sitting there. We've got a sound effect editor created by Nick. We've got Hannah, who does the cartridge art for Curse Fiend and Ganymede.
It's an unfortunate scan of the projector, I'm sorry.
Oh, that looks way better on my laptop. I'm so sorry, Hannah. that is. Oof. And Cyril, who's over in Seattle now. I was at my PAX West booth, really busy, and the deadline for the CFP was coming up, and he's just like, "You want me to just like write your abstract for you?" And he's that's how I'm standing here now, because Cyril actually typed up an abstract, and it's like, this is like the thing with the Discord. Just someone comes along and just like, okay, you're doing the thing here, but you really need to give me a boot and get me going. So we've got games. Here's ones I've made. Here's ones that more people have made. And then here's one that this guy in Japan made after buying my console, not elaborating, not really communicating me any further than that. Did not buy a cartridge flasher. Didn't buy a blank cartridge. I actually threw one in because I just thought it was a mistake that he didn't buy any games. And I just couldn't. And then a year later, all of a sudden, he starts posting these games. He has like 20 games now that he's been porting to every 8-bit he can find on the planet. I don't think he's done anything for Commander X16 yet, but he has decided the game tank is in the list. So he actually is like, you go on gametank.zone/games. He literally half the list is Inafuto's titles, which are actually like pretty entertaining. So developer shout-outs, just these are people who have done development on stuff, gotten stuff to build on the game tank, or anything from dogfooding the SDK to publishing games. I'm gonna do the next slide. They're all on the thing. How to get involved? You can make games. You download the SDK. As I said, I've added a thing that even installs most of the prerequisites for you. Node.js. I'm leaving you and your package manager to figure that out. You can get involved if you're a hardware guy by making hardware guy or gal or other making add-on hardware. We have a big expansion port on the back of this. That's a 26-pin D-sub that exposes a bunch of stuff. Next plans: continue growing the community, make more game tanks. I'm definitely get this part in. Partnering with Craft Supply. We're trying to do a pre-order campaign to make a whole bunch of game tanks, probably in Croatia. And you do them, and I make these like 10 at a time in my basement right now, and I'm trying to and also my last big batch was in December. I'm having tariff problems. These are I used to get them on 0% tariffs because game console, that was actually a thing, and now my last order of any hardware at all was a $400 order that was $200 in tariffs added on, so $600 total order. Do we have enough?
I gotta get to the.
All right.
There's a game jam right now.
There's a game jam. The theme is incremental or clicker games. Go to the Discord and you can find out more about the game jam. Thank you so much for coming to the talk and everybody watching online.